this minor image.
You know what?
Why would you give him that idea?
Thanks for the idea, David. I
I
appreciate it.
got you, Eric. I
Yeah,
told
I
you.
appreciate it so much.
Don't worry. Luke's gonna cast Eldritch Blast at it, and it reflects it right back at him for double
Yeah.
the damage.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. 2 weeks later, we're finally playing another session of Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
Three.
yeah.
Three.
Three.
Oh man. All right. And apparently, David had to deal with a magic reflecting frog in Baldur's Gate that almost killed his wizard. So that's cool.
Hey, remember when you had to deal with a fucking, what was it? It was a super powered crab that you had to kill in Divinity 2,
Yep.
like the second crab.
Yep, the second.
We literally dealt with these similar things last campaign with individuals who are just like, no, fuck you. Your spell's back at you. You should have known better, David.
Anyway, last we left off, this band of intrepid adventurers currently going by the name of the Pietins concluded their business in the recently, or at least somewhat recently, destroyed town of Norbury, finding that there was a hag at the bottom who was conducting this sort of magical ritual in order to bring herself back to her full power. After completing their fight against her, managing to take her down, and locating a couple magic items in the process, the party made their way to the back of the chamber that where their confrontation had been held, and found themselves in front of this large, frozen over, what looked to be a throne room, with what looked like piles of snow scattered about and blood splattered against the back of a throne. They decided to make their way back to the surface to make sure everything was okay, and weighing their options on what to do next, decided to continue on their path to Velodae, much to the slight dismay of Nay, who was slightly hoping that the party may just decide to stay behind and investigate this new area that they had located. At which point, as the party made their way with the praise and thanks of the conductor, and for some reason the music just stopped, so we're going to have to fix that real quick. Alright, we're good. Everyone can hear that. New music, new area, new music. As they were... Blah, 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 blah. As they made their way into Velodae proper, they were asked to wait before exiting the train, and as they were escorted off, found themselves in front of every passenger that had been on the train at the time of the incident, clapping and applauding them with showers of praise. And as you guys are kind of standing there, kind of standing on the platform with all these people clapping and cheering, you hear one in the very back go, "What are your guys' names?"
Oh, he's better be ready for disappointment. But seriously, though, like... Okay.
We're the Pietins!
As you say this, there is definitely a wave of momentary confusion that comes over the crowd before like after a couple beats of silence, you hear just a little kid within the crowd go, "Yay, Pietins!" and start clapping. Everyone just kind of gets back into the celebration mood.
Yay, Pietins!
After a couple moments of this, eventually you guys will see that the guard will show up, adorned in what immediately catches your eye as not iron armor, silvered armor. As you can see flecks of it that reflect, you can see like bits of it that reflect, as if almost shimmering in the light of the day. You can see the tabards that they wear has this very beautiful filigree across it, both across the neck and going down the sides, that goes just past their waist. The actual symbology that you see on it appears to be that of what you could only describe to be close to a I want to say a ledger of sorts would be the closest thing I could say. with a long scroll that sort of just weaves its way all the way down to the very bottom with what doesn't look like actual writing, more just scrawling that is intended to look like writing that goes all the way down. As they dispatch the crowd and you all take a second sort of getting your bearings to where you are, before you, you see a beautiful city. The roads themselves seem to be speckled with bits of marble that almost give it this more regal look than what it should have. You can see that similar to where you were in Trezek, there are indeed lamps that kind of overhang on the different walk areas. However, is in stark contrast where theirs looked more rustic and more urban. These present themselves almost like columns that stretch up, the lights only being a secondary fixture within them. Just along the outside, you can see that there are several, not like I said, as I'd said before, not a wall per se, more just pillars that seem to be engraved with different symbols, not only to what all of you quickly discern to be Ogma, but you can see, I don't think anyone here succeeded their check, but at the time, so...
Would this have been a roll before we
This would have been the roll that you
closed
guys
off?
made. This would have been the roll you guys made to figure out who the five were. Back when you were in Trezek.
Okay, yeah.
You see what looks like different carved symbols that all of you are very unfamiliar with. One of them being kind of similar to how the tabards are illustrated. This sheet of parchment that almost as you try to focus in on it seems to just continue in on itself over and over and over again. Another one, a set of intertwined wings, almost jagged in their nature. And it goes on. And I'd go through each of them, but I think everyone here is pretty familiar with them. 5 pillars standing on different... all these pillars standing at different points in the town. As you guys kind of just...
Oh, so they're not just like clustered around a courtyard. They're like spread throughout the whole town.
Yeah, like spread throughout.
Okay.
And large enough and well carved enough that you can basically see... you can see them from whatever point.
Oh, okay. So they like tower over all the houses and stuff.
Yeah, they are there
Okay.
to be viewed.
Also, there are 2 people who might not know what the symbols are.
Yep.
Yep.
I am totally... Yep. Sorry, I'm sleepy. I am sleepy. I apologize.
It's been a minute.
It has been a minute. It has definitely been a minute. So anyway, as I said, jagged wings. You see another one closer to where you see that big crater. That what looks to be the symbol of someone of what looks like a humanoid falling to the falling towards the ground with this orb that sort of floats upward. And I am so tired that I misplaced my notes.
Ooh.
Well, that's
So
not good.
I have to try to remember the other 2 just off the top of my head while my sleep-addled brain decides, hey, you don't need this information that's crucial to your campaign at all.
Oh.
Man.
Nobody ever said running a campaign was easy.
Yeah, as I said before, note taking not very helpful when you're sleep deprived. This is where the DM has to be like, I don't want to go through 200 plus notes. Anyone else remember the other symbols?
No.
All right, we'll figure it out later. I'll send it to you guys later. I don't want to go
Interesting, important looking symbols. Mwah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just don't remember what they
I
look like.
love Dungeons and Dragons.
I don't
if you
remember.
if you could send it to me also later, because I
Yeah, I will.
also don't remember them.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Again, this is entirely my fault. I have a lot of notes in my phone, and I'm on 3 hours of sleep, so I don't want to scroll through 200 plus notes to go back to the first campaign and be like, here's the descriptors. I promise I will send it to you guys later.
Search. Anyway.
See, Luke, that's a great idea. Except that I don't label my notes.
That sounds
Yep,
like a personal issue.
it sure is.
Alright.
It's
How
too
have
bad.
you been doing this for like 4 years?
It's too bad that like notebooks
And
are
so
not don't
far,
have a
it's been
control
working
F function.
fine up until now.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
trust the process.
All right, so here you go. Here's the reason, Luke. So here's how I've been doing this for 4+ years. So, and a little insight for anyone who's going to watch this episode later. So usually, however, I do my notes is when I come up with ideas, I'll write them down. But whatever idea it is in chronological order. So I'll be able to go back and be like, okay, at this point in time, this was happening. At this point in time, this was happening. My phone updated and shuffled my notes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's why I'm like, I can't just readily go find it, because timeline-wise, I could easily, if it was still in the same order, I could go back and just be like, this is exactly where it is, but it literally shuffled all my notes around.
I
So
recommend
can't
Google
find it.
Drive.
Yeah, I'm probably going to transfer everything over. Anyway, back to it. Apologies. Big sorry for that, but I promise you, Sean, Dustin, and Sushep, I will send you guys the notes on it later. But anyway, back to the task at hand. I can go back to my notes for this session. All right. So, getting back to it. As you guys are kind of taking in the view, you can see that there are a number of shops that are littered about. Most of them designed fairly similarly. In that same sort of marble-esque white style that you can see speckled throughout the floors. As you guys kind of glance over to where that large crater is, you can see that people are in the process of escorting sizable groups on a pathway that makes its way up towards that massive crater. Towards the middle of the town, there is a large tower, more wide than it is tall, but still rather tall, a bit taller than most of the buildings around here, except for the pillars that surround that surround the town. You can see emblazoned on several sides what you guys had seen before, the symbol to Ogma. And very similar to how it was described, there are balconies that kind of go around the outside where you can see people are sitting down and are in the process of reading. Some people are walking out with books. It very much takes on the appearance of a library. And as the crowd dissipates, you see one of the guard comes over to you. Elvin, maybe somewhere between late hundreds, early 200 years old. These sort of brown eyes, long hair, that's currently tied back and braided, no helmet on. As he approaches, he'll say, hello? That was certainly an entrance. Who do I have the pleasure of addressing?
Hello.
Hello?
Nobody wants to say the party.
We've been going by the Pietins for a while.
All right.
Don't think about it too
It is
hard.
a name. I'll point out that you're going to hear the victorious ones about 5 times out of 20, so this gets us remembered. Oddly.
Right.
And if you lose to us, well, good on you.
Well, interesting, certainly. Well, I am Rillian, captain of the guard, here in Velodae. I was just called to see about the commotion.
Brilliant, you said, like with a B?
Relian.
Relian, okay.
R-E-L-L?
R-E-L-I-A-N.
Okay, close enough.
Relian. It's certainly not every day you see a crowd gathered in celebration. I'm quite interested to hear what occurred. And as he says this, the conductor will say, I'll be able to get you up to speed. I'm sure we don't want to hold, I don't want to hold any of you for longer than you need. I'm sure you have business here.
Oh, it's fine. I would love to tell everything that happened in order.
Cold hole.
Yeah,
it involved a golden hole. There is lots. And if you need us to go somewhere so we can have an interview and discuss about this further, I would be more than glad to join you.
Real quick, hey Jordan, you are frozen.
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Real
My
good
camera-
ventriloquism act. right
Amazing
now.
ventriloquism act.
Oh, Nakax is back.
I was gonna say my camera's been acting up, and I was like, "Oh shit!
Oh,
You gotta do
yeah.
something weird to me." It's probably doing something weird to me. God damn it!
All right. Well, repping pepperoni's my fucking.
Oh my god,
webcam, I
my
guess.
brain just remembered another one of the symbols. Thank you, brain. Okay, so as I described, the parchment that goes in on itself, the set of jagged wings, the individual falling to the ground with the orb flying upwards. One of the other symbols is a set of outstretched hands, almost cupped as if holding something out, as in gifting something. Last one is still eluding me. I promise you, as soon as I remember it, I will say it.
You promise.
We have 4 of the 5, guys. We're getting there. It's happening.
Yeah. Progress is being made.
Progress is being made. By the end of this session, you guys will have all of them. I promise. It'll just pop into my head.
Progress.
Will it? Will it?
No, probably not. I am so tired.
Let's go. Let's
Seriously,
go.
I don't know
how I
Everybody.
woke up at like
got me
8
chicken
a.m.
sandwich
today.
and I've only eaten one.
Chicken sandwich.
So Relian will say, if you are indeed willing to give an interview, perhaps you could. I'd heard something about an issue in Norbury. I'm assuming you all had something to do with that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
something having to do with like a hag, but you know, we took care of it. Wasn't too
hag.
bad. Yeah,
It might not have been one hag.
there were
It might have
two
been two.
hags.
One of them was an elf, but wasn't an elf, and it was really disappointing.
That is certainly something we'd like to have record of. If you wouldn't mind accompanying me, I would like to take an account.
No.
And this time, Kiro, as she kind of gets off with her bag, she'll look at all. As she kind of just hears the tail end of the conversation, she goes, "All right, well, looks like you guys are busy. I'm gonna just make my way over to the church. But it was great. It was great traveling with you guys, and I mean, I guess here's to hoping I see you guys again."
I point to Nay. There were 5, I believe.
Oh, right. Yeah. So I mean, she'll look. Where are they going? So they're just coming with you, and Relian will say, "Oh, it shouldn't be too long. I merely."
I'm
Speak of
sure
a
that it's going
hag,
to be a
definitely.
lengthy interview process, and it's going to take maybe a day, maybe a good half day, and maybe it'll take a little bit of time.
And, depending on how detailed you wish to get, it should not take more than perhaps an hour or hour and a half.
Eric,
Yes.
would we know if it's Velodae's job to take care of this town? Like, does Velodae handle like the territory's protection, or like did we do this guy's job? Essentially, is what I'm asking.
So you would know that. Actually, make a history check.
Shit, I have my dice, but I don't know where I put them. Oh, yes, I do. I'm not a fucking scrub anymore. Oh, pardon my language.
Scrub.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah,
you.
dude.
I think that's
Sean,
the fuck.
yeah, Sean, watch your fucking language. This is a
I
kid
don't.
stream.
I don't appreciate.
Watch your shitting mouth. This is a family D&D show.
I don't want to appreciate you guys' poopy mouths over here.
This is a Christian podcast.
Oh, poopy.
Whoa.
All right.
No.
18 minus 1, baby.
17. So,
Yes.
no.
Damn it.
They don't, unfortunately. More or less the towns around here are self-governed. There is an overarching government within the territories run by the high houses. However, the actual guard that are stationed within towns are typically employed by the town. And unless something really terrible happens and that requires the high houses to get involved, which an explosion in a town might be something House Darassa, the one that runs this territory, would probably want to know about.
Okay. I know who to go to get a reward now.
Well, you also know that I would say you'd also know the 17 House Dyrasa is in a territory that is miles away from here, as in almost other side of the continent.
Oh. Oh no.
All right.
But
That's
you get
my-
you get the sense that this guard wants to take your guys' account and will probably be sending word to House Dyrasa to have them figure out exactly what should be done about Norbury.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, no worries. Okiri will say, "Oh, I mean, well, if that's the case, then that actually is pretty good, actually. I have to meet with the High Priest anyway. Yeah, once that usually takes maybe less than an hour. So, I mean, once you guys are done, depending on whether or not I'm gonna have to leave immediately, yeah, just meet me over at the church, and then
Is
I
this,
can get
uh,
you introduced.
Immediately.
Is this the Church of Ogma he's talking about? This library like building here?
Oh, Relian will actually pipe up with a smile and say, yes. This
Oh.
is the High Church of Ogma, one of the great bastions of knowledge here on Zythan.
Oh, I've actually got business here.
Oh,
If you
as
need
do I.
anything specific from me, I can get it to you. Otherwise, I'm sure I can be reached if you all don't mind if I.
Jordan died.
What's- Oh,
Well,
Yeah, it's fine.
I would.
What do you mean he died? Did he just drop from the stream?
He's not.
he
He's not
failed his
recall.
third death save.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
it's not real.
Damn.
Well,
Yeah,
he'll come
Jordan's
back as a
not
new
real.
character.
Yeah, Jordan's not real. You guys believe in birds?
No.
Believes in birds.
Oh no!
Squeeps.
That's why his thing wasn't working. He has Zoom updating.
The update.
Oh. Oh wait, actually, that's a good question. Did everyone update their Zoom? Because there was
Yep.
actually a pretty significant update.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
mine.
Mine automatically.
Okay.
I think
Good.
mine last week or something.
Alright.
Things fine.
Pretty sure mine's good.
Relian will say, I would certainly appreciate a group retelling, but if some of you are more, are better at remembering the events than others,
Well, that's no problem. I can come along with it. It's not like as time frame and nothing.
Yeah, I'm happy to help. Do we need to go inside of the church or
No, actually, I'll be taking you over to our headquarters.
would we ever be able to have a tour of that, or how can we visit it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Once our interview is concluded, I can have one of the disciples of the church brought to you, and they can give you a grand tour.
Oh, thank you so much. I just love the architecture of the building, and I would just love to learn more about it.
Yes, of course. Well, if you'd please come with me.
Thank you.
I just love the architecture. How to break into the church.
Hey, I didn't say show me the blueprint.
You didn't have to. He knows. You think
I just with my cloak over my head, like, and just like sneaking through, like as we're walking by, he's like, "Did he disappear?"
Oh man.
Fuck go.
All right. So, as you are led away from the train station, the conductor and crew all wave you off with smiles. And as you guys are making your way in, you can see that a lot of people seem to have noticed that crowd and are kind of like looking at you guys, not really in whispers or anything like that, just more out of intrigue of these individuals who have come in on such a grand welcome. You guys are led through the streets, passing quite a few of both the living areas as well as the main thoroughfare, where you can see there are a couple of shops set up. For those of you who are just kind of taking a general glance around the area, a couple of shops you guys see. One of them appears to be more almost dome-like than the others, with what looks to be engraved into the very top of it. I say whoever would like to, you can make a nature check.
Ooh,
Not a hard-
-2, baby. Let's
Not a hard
go.
DC whatsoever.
Ooh, 15.
Ooh,
15?
5.
5. Okay.
17 plus something.
I
Nature
joined
check.
alive again.
12.
Yeah, 17 plus 0
11.
for 0. For 17, I mean.
Okay.
18. Just flat. 18.
All right. So majority of you get it. It's a. You can see what looks to be a raven that is currently perched on the arm of what appears to be an individual in a long cloak. Which that almost seems to be kind of like smiling and kind of almost scritching the creature underneath its chin. Another area that you see, what you can immediately tell is a forge. The area, while it has a while it is mostly roofed off, there is a large area in the back that is open and vented, where people are working at moving materials in and out. You can see that it is fenced off and pretty highly fenced too, but mostly open to the air, more than likely just to make sure that the machinery that they're working with doesn't overheat within the building.
Do either of these shops have like a name on a front sign or anything like that?
Yes, the one with the with the individual that is petting the raven is called the Grinning Raven. The forge you can see has the sign, the Destined Blade, and what you can see is the sign is actually carved across a trail that the sword seems to be striking across the front of the shop, and in the trail you can see it says the Destined Blade. A little ways, maybe only about 15-20 feet away from the Destined Blade, you can see what looks to be a small another building with what looks to be a small group of people that are kind of just standing arm in arm with a piece of thread that sort of weaves its way in between their clothing and off. And you can see that written in the actual thread itself, it says the Wanderer's Thread. And you guys can actually see there's quite a couple more shops, but they're a bit of a ways off. And as you guys are kind of led once again through some more of the housing area, you arrive at this very, very almost intimidating looking building. The same sort of style and architecture, however, it is very clear that this is a prison. The area itself, well, it's only about 3 stories from what you can see above ground, but as you sort of glance and kind of look at how the structure is made, you can see that it actually goes downward. And as Relian leads you in, he sort of has to almost knock at the door, where you can see it is flanked by 2 guards, but not in a normal way. Those of you who would like to remember this can.
Of course.
It'll go. Let me know if you can hear it. And it'll go.
Fuck.
1, 1, 2, 3, 1.
Basically.
One long pause. 1, 2, 3, 1.
Alright, so those of you who want to remember that can. And after that, you see a slit on the door will be opened as an individual will look in. You will see whoever's on the inside greet Relian with a voice reminiscent of one, recognizing an authority. Door will open, and you guys will be led in. The actual area that you are led into is not what you would expect of a prison. It almost looks like a waiting area you would see in a very nice manor, almost. You can see that there are, instead of just chairs being set up, there are actual couches in here that are embroidered in the back with the symbols of Agma. A very nice red satin set of couches. Toward the side wall, you can see what looks to be More or less what you would equate to a beverage stand, almost. You can see that there are small cups that are set up, as well as what most of you are very familiar with, at least in more high-tech areas, kettles that are set up and ready, as well as small bags of tea, coffee, basically typical waiting room fare. You can see that there are a set of booths that are set up across the side that are basically floor to ceiling of this floor, covered in shielded in a very thick glass, where you can see that there are small slits, so the people that are behind them can talk. Some people are just in the process of writing on different sheets of paper. Some writing into books. You can see a couple are speaking with other individuals, and as a matter of fact, as one of them is kind of talking, you see this older woman, maybe like 50s, 60s, reach into a pouch and actually begins like laying coins on the table, seemingly counting it out before pushing it over to what you can see is a dragonborn individual on the other side, green dragonborn, dressed in a very similar set of silvered armor, though not as combat ready. This seems to be more presentory than it is made for battle.
Very, very, very quickly though.
Mhm.
Female green dragonborn.
Make a nature check.
Bastards.
That's a natural 20.
Natural 20. Male.
Damn it.
Oh, no.
With your natural 20, you see a pair of natural 20s.
Not how dragonborn anatomy works.
Ooh.
Like D4s.
So as he finishes taking the payment and writes something down, you'll see he says something to someone that is seemingly just behind an area that you can't quite see. And as you guys are taken aside into a much larger office just off of the waiting area, you watch as this maybe 15, 16-year-old human male kind of comes out sheepishly, and you immediately start hearing the older woman berate him, grab him by the ear, and just start dragging him. And he goes, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. Somebody got in trouble.
As you guys are taken into the office, very similar to this would have been very similar to what you had seen Badger over at the arena. Very much set up for business. You can see that there are a couple of cabinets that are set up, seemingly just cabinets for paperwork. His desk is a lot less, funnily enough, a lot less presented than it was at the arena, whereas she had small objects and baubles all over him. His is very pristinely kept, with only a couple of papers here and there, with a set of fountain pens that are sort of just littered across the side. Window at his back that is letting in some of the natural light from outside. And you can see that toward the right, he appears to have not a painting, but a picture, like an actual photo, of what appears to be him and two other individuals, one female and one older female, one smaller female. Both of them elven. And as he sits down, he sort of starts rummaging through his desk, takes out a couple of forms and lays them down. He goes, right, well, if you wouldn't mind. And he will, if you guys would like to roleplay this out, we can, but he'll basically take the next hour and a half. Take the next hour and a half as, hey, Nay, make a charisma check.
All right.
9 plus 3, 12.
Well, closer to an hour. As for some of you, you're trying to get through this interview as quickly as possible. Nay seems very intent on adding details where it's not needed.
Yeah, no, like basically it starts off with, well, I woke up in the middle of a river. What was that to do? And then we went into town, and there was this inn, and there was music being played. Yeah. There was this big fight in the arena.
and then one of you, I assume either Badger or I assume Badger or Belmundo will sort of like cut her off and skip ahead.
Like, I don't know.
Right.
We need to talk about that first.
Well, it is context. It is important that we start from the beginning until we get to the point that we were there, and then we talk about what was inside there, and we make sure we go into very extensive detail there.
While Nay is doing this, I'm going to lean over to the guy taking notes and be, right, so basically the miners in the town dug a bit deep, and they breached into this place, and a hag took it over.
It's very much a mix of this interview is very much becomes a mix of Badger trying to get the least amount of information out that'll be helpful while you all try to fill in gaps, and Nate trying to give way too much information that you guys are trying to cut down. Although eventually, after, like I said, close to an hour, he will finish the interview. As Nate, you continue to try to add, he'll kind of wave you off as like, it's quite all right.
But there was a sword, and it was red and blue.
As you say that, well, I mean, Void, you don't have a sheath for that sword, do you?
No.
Exactly. So as you say this, he'll look over and he says, "You mean your companion's sword?"
I found it, and then it was in a hidden place, and it was inside this like statue. And
well, I thank you very much for your time, and I will get one of the disciples of the church to come here so they can pick you up and take you over. And you'll see he actually.
Thanks, Raelian.
You'll see he'll actually like go into his. He actually goes into one of his drawers, pulls out what looks to be a piece of almost gold inlaid parchment, writes something on it, and then it'll just disappear. They will meet. They should meet you outside in about 5 minutes. Thank you again.
Oh, thank you.
Where'd the paper go, though?
Oh, the paper is enchanted so that I can send off missives to whoever I need.
Could I have a piece of paper? Does that?
No, as it is.
It seems really fun though.
Or more, if it is possible for you to let us know, is there a maker of such papers that we could perhaps contract with in future? That does seem a very useful thing.
To add on to that, would you have a list of stores in the city and maybe a map of the city as well?
He'll sort of he actually like sort of starts opening some cabinets and drawers and looking through. No, I don't have anything in the way of a map. However, he'll actually go in and he'll actually go take out another piece of parchment and start writing names down, and sort of give brackets to just to what they specialize in. Nice. So you guys will get a list, which I'll go ahead and read off to you right now. So in terms of shops, the Grinning Raven, and from his notes, it says it sells more of like the oddities of Zythan, things that you wouldn't normally see in any other shop, even a magic shop. Destined Blade is a forge/smithy, where you can go get weapons or armors made. The Infinite Sea is their local magic shop. Wanderer's Thread is a tailor. There's Galler and Holtz, which is a general shop. And then there's another place called the Grace of Steel, which he writes in quotes for engineering/automatons. And then he also gives you a list of 3 different taverns here in town. The first one being called the Last Whisper. That one he roughly gives you directions, which if anyone would like to, you can make a survival check.
I got bad survival. Who's got good wisdom?
Well, he said anyone, so I'm assuming
21.
No, anyone can make it if they'd like to.
Nice.
21.
21.
16.
Okay. You guys can based on your loose time here and rough direction that he's giving you, you get the sense it puts you close to the crater, where that is located. There's also the Ishir Inn. Ishier. The Ishir Inn. And that's actually located, as he explains, back towards the station. Different direction to the way you guys came with him to get here. And then the final one, which he says is located more towards the housing area, it's called the Vagabond. And he describes it as it's much more rustic, more what you would expect of a tavern on the road, as opposed to something within a city.
Thank you, sir.
And he'll say, as I said before, thank you, and I'm sure they're waiting for you. And,
One more time, what was the magic shop again?
The Infinite Sea.
The Infinite Sea.
Alright.
And thank you.
Did we tell you where the hag's body was? Because I really think it's important we tell you where the hag's body was.
We need. I'm just gonna pull Nate away.
Cold hole.
Thank you, Pietins, for your assistance.
We're sorry.
Don't be. I've had to deal with many.
The response is, "I'm sorry" to his thank you.
I've had to deal with many more.
Natural 20. Natural 20. Natural 20. Natural 20.
Shut the fuck up! I'm gonna kind of grab Nate by the arm and lead her out.
I am not gonna say
pick up Nate's feet.
I'm not gonna say this name out loud, but I will take a picture and send it to the Discord because it did make me laugh.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Who did it?
Appreciate it. It's nothing too bad. It's really funny, actually.
Going.
Am I the dungeon master? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Let's Wait, is this someone that I know? Hang on, I think this might be someone from my is this someone from my FC? Maybe. We'll see.
It's your OC, dude.
I'll just say the name. It's Come Down Me. I love it.
I don't know why you would have any problems with that, Eric.
Yeah, no, I don't know either. It's a great name.
Great name.
Oh, man.
Nothing suspicious whatsoever.
Fantastic name. Great name, good gimmick. Anyway. As you guys drag Nay kicking and screaming, Jordan, thanks for resubbing. Name used to be Man Milker. Fuck yeah. I love that. That's great. Anyway.
This is definitely taking a turn.
This is definitely taking a turn. Anyway, as you guys literally take Nay out of the station kicking and screaming.
I'm not screaming. I just need you need to know.
As you make your way outside, you see robes of an individual you would not assume to just be a disciple. It is a blue female dragonborn. May I ask everyone's pronouns? Let's do that real quick. Sure, let's do that real quick. Everyone, pronouns.
Are we doing this as we are or in
men.
character?
In character.
Men.
I think all of us go by he, him.
Yeah, we are all men.
Believe so.
Out
Yeah.
of
I
character.
personally don't give a shit what you call me.
What if I call you a bitch?
Yeah.
No, that's you.
I mean,
Oh.
That's for true though.
Yeah.
As character.
Character-wise, Sushep and Jordan, she, her, and everyone else is everyone else.
Not everyone.
Don't
Else.
assume.
Yeah, don't
No.
Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
They, it,
There you go.
Because it makes people uncomfortable, but that's how it is.
There you go.
How it is.
Fucking weird.
I'm reading the Murderbot series and trying to get better at it pronouns because it is the best protagonist.
Yeah.
All right, so as you guys make your way outside, you can see a blue female dragonborn, in a set of very presentory robes. Emblazoned into her chest appears to be that of the symbol of Ogma. And as you come outside, you can see she has these very beautiful, almost golden eyes that meet you, and she, with a very, very warm smile, will say, "Hello. I believe, are you the individuals that were, I believe, the Pietins? Do I have that right?"
Yes, you do.
Hello. Hello.
Morning. Or afternoon, or whatever it is.
Morning, I believe, is still
It's morning.
a proper
Morning.
time. It would be closer to because you guys got here early morning, so yeah, it's maybe at 9 at the latest. As she kind of greets you all and says, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Mother Farah. Longer name, but more complicated, so people just call me Farah. And I am one of the priests of the Church of Ogma. And ordinarily we'd have someone else come to give you a tour, but everyone else is indisposed. And as I understand it, you are all companions, friends of Miss Kira?"
Yeah, more or less.
Something of that sort.
Yep.
Well, let me personally extend greetings and welcome to Velodae. And I would like to ask, are you only interested in seeing the church, or would you like a tour of the city itself?
If you have the
something of
time,
a tourist myself.
if you had the time, I'd very much appreciate a walkabout for the city.
Well, yes, of course, of course. I have no pressing matters. It might be a little hastened, as there is some work that I have to take care of closer to a little afternoon. But as it stands right now, please. And she will guide you, all and so to speak. Well, I don't know how familiar you all are with history, but this city was founded not too long after the Great War and the Great Colonizing. This was the staging ground for one of the most legendary battles to ever take place in our time, with individuals going by the names of the Favored Few, who risked their life and limb to save our world from a demonic lord going by the name of Lord Tremor. It is there, as she motions over to the large crater, which you guys are still a decent distance away from. It is there that the exorcism took place, where the deity and evil incarnate known as the Fifth was exorcised from our world. His malice no longer having a direct touch with the material plane. And as she continues taking you through, you guys begin kind of making your way back towards, back through the more residential. She says, as you can see, this is more of a residential area. A lot of the people here are people who have come from far that wished to either see the city or live here. A lot of the houses stand more as away homes than anything. The city itself, though we have many amenities to it, has more or less become, and it's almost saddens me in a way to say it. It has almost become a tourist attraction for people to come here, but not stay. Many are not too keen on the constancy that is our way of life here, our pursuits of knowledge. Are any of you religious individuals by any means? Are any of you religious folk?
Just look over at Nay.
And we all pointed at the same time.
Oh, I don't point. I just look.
Well, there's more. There's more than me. There's Lem. Lem is also very religious. I, I don't mean to be rude, but I am not feeling well. Is that the vagabond with the? I'm just
I'm gonna kind of hold on to her arm.
Our friend is I guess you'd say a lifelong religious scholar, but in a very narrow area of expertise, and so a lot of this is kind of overwhelming. It's like being the expert of a particular street in a city, and then seeing a great globe, and it's just a bit too much.
I am not singularly minded. I just believe that there is one deity that created every other deity, and apparently there are people that think there are more than just the first that we're here.
Oh, as you said, you are a worshipper of the first.
Blessings the first upon you. I must ask, are you of the same mindset of Kira that there were more than just the first that were here at the very beginning?
If you refer to the first as in the first entities, then yes, 5 that shaped our world. If you refer to the first as in one of the siblings, the bringer and shaper of chaos, then which I presume was who you worshipped. But I apologize for assuming.
What you're talking about with the sibling, when there's not really a sibling part, is right. It's the individual that is everyone and no one. That is who was there at the beginning. There was no second, there was no third, there was no fourth, there was no fifth, there was no sixth, there was no seventh, there was no eighth.
I would be very interested to have a conversation with you once we've arrived.
Badger just kind of pipes up. Well, and why is he called the first if there's no second?
He was the first because he was here first and created every other deity afterwards. For this so-called Raven Queen, Saloon, I've heard being passed around. All the other pantheons were created underneath him, and everyone should be looking to go to him in order to actually reach the truth, which no one here has. I've heard about is all about these. There are 5 of them. There was no 5 of them. There was only a first.
I have a feeling.
That makes sense.
I have a feeling I've touched a nerve.
I
would say you're not. I would say you're not entirely wrong, though. While it is true that there were 5, the first had a hand in everything, as did all of them. It was due to though he gave us the ability to become what we are today. We would not have the variety of races, nor this kind of species of animals or plants, or even the motions of the ocean, the ways of the rivers, the blowing of the breeze without him. He granted us the ability to change.
Mm-hmm.
And as
he
I
also
said,
built everything else around. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, but we can have a conversation about that when we get to the library.
Nay, by this point, is very much just shaking in place, just trying to restrain herself.
And I'm sorry, you said another Lem?
Lem is what people call me for about the same reason. I'm Limna Taviel Imbarek Darbanyan de Castellar. But people just go with Lem.
Very understandable. So you two are of a religious inclination?
Yes, although I am a cleric of Saloon. and spent a lot of time serving at a temple of Gond. So I have a bit of a wider background, I think, than my friend here.
No, nothing.
It's been a learning experience for both of us, though.
Nothing wrong with that at all. I'm sure an individual with knowledge on multiple gods is someone you definitely want to have traveling with you. You never know what you may come across. But anyway, if you'll please, as you guys leave me, and as I said before, a lot of these residences do lay bare. So if you are looking to settle down, even for a short time, and you wish to have an area away from the taverns or inns, you can speak with the central hall. You can speak with the individuals within the church who oversee this area. As she motions it, you can see she's very specifically like speaking of a small of an area or sect of houses, not the whole residential area. They handle a lot of the they handle much of the renting out and temporary housing needs of the individuals who travel through here.
So that's as the Church of Ogma, what handles all the property rights around here?
Not all of them. We own not all of it. The church owns, as I had motioned, a small subsect of these. You can go through the city proper, as there are ones in different areas. But as you have been presented as a friend of the church and a friend to the daughter of the Alta Mother on Clamor, you would definitely go a better way in terms of fun, in terms of how far your money will travel.
Right. Appreciate the tip.
Of course. And as she sort of starts leading you back through the thoroughfare, she describes the different she describes the architecture, explaining that when the city was founded, it wanted to be seen as a bastion of knowledge, and as such, they decided to go with this more ostentatious presentation of the white marble. Decided that many of their buildings, though the exterior presents the same as the sort of marbly, this marble beautiful. These marble beautiful buildings, the insides tend to be more what you would expect, more wooden, with support pillars that keep the actual foundation itself. A lot of the structures seem to be more the exterior seems to be more presentary than anything else. She explains how when they were crafting the grounds, a lot of the marble came from small caverns that they had found nearby when Velodae was being constructed, and in some ways, the marble itself almost has this sort of residual enchantment to it that gives it its more glistening appearance, which you guys begin to recall when you were looking at the silver armor, that it almost seemed to again give a more unnatural shine against the light. But as you guys are kind of led through, because she's taking her time, unless you guys have her hurry up, she'll eventually, I'd say probably hour and a half of just like slow walking as she talks you through the different constructions of the cities. As you guys begin getting to the church, she'll motion to the pillars and say, and the pillars were constructed as a means so that no one would ever forget the symbols. The DM saying this as he's forgotten one of the symbols.
Good job.
Thanks, Samsung.
Are these the 5 symbols of the gods or of the favored few who defeated the demon?
Well, if you'd like to see the favored few, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. But these are the 5. These are the symbols of the 5. The 5 entities that shaped our world. That specifically, as she motions to the image of the following individual with the orb floating up, that is the symbol of the 5th. We keep it close to the exorcism, so that people will remember where he was removed from, and remember. Though, if I may speak plainly, I am not too fond of history remembering its demons, and I understand its importance, but I do not like the idea of a symbol like that giving ideas to the wrong individual.
Well, that's the thing about ideas, right? You broadcast them out loud so everyone can hear them. Everyone can judge. Everyone can shout down the stupid ones. You keep a bad idea hidden, and only the people what think it's a good one are the ones what hear it.
Yeah. Yes. Apologies. It's
Oh, nothing to apologize for.
well, please, if you come with me, as she leads you up to, the church proper, you can see that there are many individuals on the outside that are currently sitting down, reading various books and scrolls. Some of them do appear to be acolytes here, who, as you all pass, give like a courteous bow. And as you enter, you see that the area itself, like I said before, very much a library. It's definitely not what you would see of a normal church. There are various bookshelves that are littered all over the place, each of them seemingly surrounded to a specific set of knowledge. There is religious iconography in here, but a lot of people, in terms of worship, sit before these different iconographies and just read, kind of heads bowed before them. You can see that some individuals are in the process of scribing information out of ledgers. And the building itself, like 3 stories-ish tall. Probably the outside of it seems a bit taller, but you also notice from the inside the roof is much more elevated than the actual floors themselves. And as you guys are kind of glancing around, you look up and you can see, sort of emblazoned toward the top of the structure, is what appears to be, in the center, this large, imposing figure of what is very clearly a demon or devil of some kind, engulfed in a massive arcane vortex. Its hand outstretched, as you can see that there are these lashing black tendrils and sparks of arcane energy that fly off. And sort of surrounding him, you can see what looks to be, going from left to right, a individual in a long black cloak. Behind them, a large arcane raven with what looks to be almost veins of mana that run through the wings and body. Immediately to the right of that, you see what appears to be a female drow with this long hair that is flown almost in a triumphant breeze behind her, with a long silvered cloak, with a long blue cloak embroidered with silver chain. That seems to be, like I said, almost kind of fluttering behind her. You can see just above her. Make a history check, actually, for this part. Or, sorry, not history, religion for this part.
Can I make the check?
I have no idea.
Anyone can.
But
Anyone
Look
can.
up.
11.
1.
Aha! What's
I was gonna say I'm discounting Nay because of reasons.
what is
15.
19, actually.
19.
I am also the 19th.
Hey.
4.
4. Any of you who rolled above a 15, or 15 or higher.
Okay.
You see what appears to be, what looks to be another individual, almost translucent in a way behind her, which those of you who rolled above 15 recognize to be one of the oh my god, my brain. Fucking, I lost my train of thought so hard. Appeared to be one of the depictions of Daenerys, one of the scribes to Ogma, sort of just at her back, keeping her safe. Immediately to the right of that, you see what looks to be someone that doesn't look too heroic, even in his depiction. A half-elven male with this sort of tattered orange jacket. Orange jacket.
Orange.
Or sorry, green jacket. With this sort of curly hair. On to his right, a very, what you almost looks to be a blue dragon, like a young blue dragon without wings. Anyone can make a nature check if you'd like to.
10.
10? 17?
No. Yeah, it's 17.
17.
13.
13. Anyone else? All right. Anyone who rolled a 13 or higher would know that this is a guard drake, but it is extremely large for a guard drake. So you don't know if this is more just they're over exaggerating or if they actually had an animal this big. Sort of flanking. The way that it's depicted, by the way, is they're all looking toward this individual. Immediately flanking, you can see what looks to be a human male, adorned in sat atop a very majestic Pegasus, its wings outstretched and sort of bucking backwards. You see a long blade in the hand as the other hand is on the reins, with the sword up, almost looking poised to charge in. And immediately to that, you see what looks like. No, oh my gosh! This wasn't even pointing attention because I couldn't remember this. He was gnomish, right? Or was he a halfling? It was halfling, right?
Nathan was halfling.
It was halfling, right? Thank you. Oh my god! Because in my brain, I was like, I was deciding, and I'm like, he's a halfling. He's a halfling. But what if he wasn't?
Let's go back to the character sheet.
Yes, but what if?
But that'd be too easy, David.
That'd be too small.
Dwarf the whole time. No idea.
A small halfling individual. And what you can see depicted is this very odd, almost not even there, what appears to be the depiction of a woman in a sort of almost fully translucent form that doesn't appear to be as actively protecting him as it is with the drow and as was with the drow female, but almost as if it's giving a guiding hand. And yeah, that's all you guys see.
See why this place is a tourist attraction.
As you guys are kind of just taking this in, she'll look back at you and say, well, feel free to look around, browse, read to your heart's content. If you should have any questions, there are a couple of the keepers that wander around. I believe Soel, Henry, and Liliana are working today, and they'd be more than willing to help. They'd be more than willing to help you out with whatever you're looking for. And I do apologize, but I do have some other work that I need to attend to. And she'll sort of give you a bow before making her way off.
Alright.
That was bad. That entire thing in the street, that was bad.
You handled that so well.
I don't feel like I did. I feel like there's a little bit of compensation behind those eyes. She definitely doesn't think that I said anything correct, and I think she's right. And I think I could have been better. I had my pamphlet. I didn't even bother to reach into my pamphlet to go ahead and make sure that everything was said. And
You know, if he's trying to confirm anything, I mean, is the place to do it. It looks like there's books and writings and journals from all over creation in here. If you go into it, research for the truth, either way it goes.
You say that, but given how everything else has happened to me, it appears that no one else has found the books that said that, or else they took it away, or
Oh, what would that mean then?
Oh my god, Dave's an anti-vaxxer.
The Earth is flat.
I swear.
Vaccines cause autism. I just can't find any of the information because the government controls it all.
Genuinely, like no, like there's a reason why I said like I'm doing a lot of research on conspiracy theories. Like no, there's a reason.
I'm gonna drop it. Raven Queen, yeah, the Raven Queen that apparently is here, and she'll take her amulet, the beaten symbol. And, maybe if I learn more about that, and then I can go backwards and then go back to the first, and everything will be fine. I'm just gonna go. And Jay's just going to start like walking off in a direction, not even bothering to ask anyone.
Enjoy your mental breakdown.
Enjoy your mental breakdown.
You're muted, Eric. In case you say something.
Nope. I'm leaving you guys to it.
Okay.
I only have one thing
I just saw you like mouth moving, like he's trying to say something.
Do it.
Right,
What do you want to do?
I've got a little bit of business to attend to here, but let's all meet up at
We do need to.
Let's all meet up at the Vagabond. How's that sound?
Sounds
Little
good.
place.
I meant to ask if any of them had an attached stable for your horse. The Vagabond seems likely though. Seems likely because it's a rustic.
Right.
Have we just been pulling your wagon around?
I forgot.
I assumed. I
totally
just
forgot
assumed they.
too.
Yes.
As soon as you started talking about this table, I was like, wait.
Oh fuck!
I was like, oh shit, it's still on the train.
Yes.
No.
You guys have your stuff. You guys have your stuff.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
I left him tied outside of the
Library.
I did assume they would like let off passengers first and then unload other things. Yeah.
I will say as you guys were giving the tour, if you had planned it ahead of time, you could have gone to the Vagabond and they would have charged you 5 silver for stapling Inferno.
Oh, yeah, that works.
Absolutely.
5 silver. Right, so we'll just meet at the Vagabond later tonight then, and unless we all meet up before. Someone should probably tell Nay that that's where we're meeting up.
Yep.
I'll get a hold of her.
Okay. Do you want to follow her or should I? Or both?
Don't worry about it.
Alrighty.
Leave it up to you then.
Alrighty. So, what would you guys like to do?
Shopping
Blade.
episode.
Dustin Blade.
I don't know if
There's
my
very
thing
much-
exists.
There's very much a like searching for plot feel here.
I do have a question. How much gold did we have at the last session?
We didn't get any.
Not anything from that pile of gold or whatever. We had like 73 or something. I thought.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yeah. We
Oh,
had,
yeah, I should have
David
wrote
was
that
talking about
down.
it.
I was gonna say I believe Malik, or not Malik. Belmundo grabbed hold of all the gold that like Nay got trapped in. He's just like, I'm have that.
Oh yeah, you didn't divvy it out.
Yeah,
That's
73.
right.
Yeah, let's divvy it out then. 73 gold, you said?
Belmondo's like, hey, Belmondo's like, hey, what happened to all that gold, Belmondo? Oh, well, look at, I need to get going.
Gold? What gold? There was never gold.
Like I'll say personally for me, I have 82 gold pieces, so somewhere along the way I got gold. I don't know where.
How do you have 80?
Belmundo told me that it was all chocolate coins. I want 20%.
Was it 73 per person or was it 73 being split up?
Being split up, I think.
So 10.
I don't know. 73 per person sounds like what Nay has.
Well, you guys did divvy. Did you guys ever divvy that 500?
What 500?
one that you-
Yes, because I spent
Sean.
some. I
Alright,
think.
Thank you, Chris.
So I only have 7 silver pieces, so I have to have gotten it and spent it because I know I bought more.
Okay, no, if it were a case that there was a 73, then it could have been a case where I was told, like, oh, well, you have 73 be split to everyone. I'm like, okay, I'll put that in 73. If that were the case, I only have 9 gold pieces.
I have 90. It's not enough.
Do we have it? Did someone post it on Discord? Because
I think it's under. It might be under group inventory. No, wait, that's 78 gold.
and that's from back in November.
Okay, I'll just say 73 gold, and then we'll split up at the end of the session.
I swear it was posted somewhere, but I guess I'm crazy. But getting back to the game, once we figure out numbers and stuff.
Let's go down the line. Nay, what are you doing?
Well, as I said, I am currently in a searching mood, so I am trying to find things related to anything Raven related, which may be Raven Queen related, which means that we can start the process and maybe we can fix things. Maybe things will be fine.
Sure, make an investigation check at disadvantage, flustered one.
Yep. That's a 7 and a 2, even better. So 2 plus 0 for 2.
2. Yeah, you're not having much luck finding anything to do with ravens, actually.
Oh God. Oh no. So there's definitely there's definitely a scene of Nay picking out books and trying to find Raven. Yeah, put it back. Another book.
Fair enough. Void, what are you doing? You were cracking up. What do you want to do?
I can message you it, but I need to find a particular thing for me to do it.
Okay,
and I told you about it like months ago.
Okay, send it to me. Squeeps, what are you doing?
I don't have the money to get the spell components I need. So I guess I'm just gonna kind of walk around. I want to take a look at the statue real quick. Just kind of take it in.
Not in this. It is not in this town.
Fuck.
Okay.
If there's anything special I noticed, and then go research try and find something on Best Friend.
Okay, interesting. Investigation check.
Are you sure?
Yes, positive.
You sure?
What'd you roll?
That's a 12.
12? Okay, so Best Friend, and what else did you want to look up?
I just wanted to kind of look at the statue for a while.
Okay, it's not a statue, it's a carving and a painting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
4 silver,
okay. So you kind of just look up, kind of just staring at the statue you had me saying statue now. Looking at the carving for a while, and yeah, it's very, very beautiful. Seems to portray a very intense moment, and it is definitely there to be like. It's definitely something there to be admired and be like soaked in. So you like start looking around, you can see little carving details that they didn't have to add, but it looks pretty.
The shading's really nice.
Yeah, shading's really nice.
The tattooed marble is beautiful.
Well, it's not tattooed. How it is it's carved. It's very deliberate.
No, I'm just kidding around. I just saw a tattooed marble recently, and it was really cool.
Oh,
I was like, dang, that's awesome.
Gotcha.
Like, it was like all done in like black ink, and I was like, you can do that to rocks?
That's cool. That's really cool.
It was sick.
Lem, what would you like to do?
Probably look up some information on the organization that my father was involved with for so long.
Investigation check.
Oh yeah, this is gonna go well. What's my plus? Oh gods. Okay, that's actually not bad. That's a natural 20, and I do in fact have a plus to it. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm genuinely surprised. I do have a +3 to this.
Did you cast guidance on yourself?
I did not. I suppose I could. Well,
do you have it always loaded to cast?
I actually don't know whether would guidance work on something like this.
On checks, right?
It's an ability check, yeah. But you rolled a nat 20, sous chef. You're fine.
Yeah, this is fair.
Okay.
Not bad. Nat
Yeah, but
20.
did you pass?
I-
That's actually the thing. I'm a little bit like, did I though?
I know.
I don't
I'm like,
know.
hey,
How
I'll take
well-known
anything
is
I
that
get.
organization?
So we're gonna get back to you in a minute, then Lem. Malik.
I would like to go to the automaton store.
Okay. So we'll get to you. So then you're gonna leave to go there, and Badger. I saved you for last.
Yep. I am going to find one of those 3 people that are on duty to talk to them. One of them, because there's someone I'm trying to find.
Okay. So I'll say you locate this older individual, completely bald, male, with a sort of scruffy goatee. He is adorned in the same. He is adorned in much less presentry robes, more what you would equate to common robes in this establishment. You see, he's kind of in the process of cleaning up one of the. He's in the process of cleaning off one of the tables. And as he will say, yes, can I help you?
Good afternoon. I'm actually looking for someone. I'm hoping you might be able to help me find him.
Should be able to. Who are you looking for?
Looking for Apostle Treya Arguin.
Treya. Yes, I believe
Hi.
she's in the domiciles right now. Who should I say is seeking her?
My name's Badger.
Badger. All right. I'll go see if I can get. I'll go see if she's available. And he'll sort of begin living. He goes, my name is Henry. Pleasure.
Ah, pleasure.
And he'll make his way off. After about 15 minutes, you'll see him come back with a female with this sort of fiery red hair, dark skin with freckles that kind of just go across her cheeks, dark brown eyes, wearing robes that are a little bit fancier than the one Henry's are in, but not by much. And she will approach and say, yeah, I was told you needed to see me.
I have a message for you. Have we got somewhere we can go to speak?
Sure. Thank you, Henry. And say, of course. And we'll kind of go back to his work and say, over here. And she'll sort of lead you over to a table that's a couple areas down. Sit down. Kind of kicks her leg, kind of almost goes leg over one of her, over her other leg, and puts her, kind of just leans back in the chair. All right, so what is it that you needed to tell me?
So I'll kind of look over my shoulder, showing the tattoo that's on my neck. I'll look back and I'll say, my employer's contacted me, says you have some business with him, and I'm to meet you and help it get taken care of.
Got to be fucking kidding me. Yep. Come with me. And she'll take you toward the back area where you can see she opens one of the doors and it leads to what appears to be several rooms. Quickly you discern this to be a domicile.
Okay.
Takes you down a couple doors before she enters the one on the or about 3 doors on the right. She enters, beckoning you inside. And the domicile itself, very simple: bed, wardrobe, and a small desk. You can see that there is a window that lets a little bit of light into here, but it is very much this is just for your basic living needs sort of place. She'll close the door as you enter. Right. One sec. She'll sort of weave an incantation, and you watch as the walls and door of the room sort of flash. All right. No one's gonna be listening in now. Sits down on the desk. So, are you actually given any instructions on what to do, or should I call them up?
I was given the only instructions. What I was given was to speak to you.
Right.
Tell you I'd been sent.
Right, fantastic. He's just as reliable as always. And she'll reach under the bed where you see she actually weaves another incantation and a box materializes underneath. She'll pull it out, open it. And she takes out what appears to be almost like a hand mirror. But slightly bigger and no sort of handle for you to hold on to. She takes it and kind of presses it firmly on the wall, and you watch as it sort of glistens for a moment before sticking. She'll say, "All right, one moment." She'll sort of start weaving again, one more incantation. As she does so, you'll watch as there are several symbols that begin to light up on the mirror, and she'll release the incantation. And after about maybe 30 seconds of nothing happening, you'll hear a voice say, "Yes?" And you recognize it as the voice of your employer. And she'll say, "All right, so you've sent one of your boys after me?" And he goes, "Oh, come now. We have such a lovely working relationship. Why must you meet me with such hostility?" And he says, Yeah, all right, you fucking pain in the arse. Last one, all right? I can't have you keep calling me up. I'm trying to get away from all that, right?" He goes, "I completely understand and respect your decisions, but I hope you understand that I've done quite a lot for you, and there are still more favors that must be repaid." And you see her just start grumbling. And he goes, "So, I take it badge is there?"
Aye, sir, right here.
Good. It's good to know that you made it there in one piece. So, I need you both to procure something for me. Nothing too large, and I would need you to require a heart tracer for me. And you see her eyes like kind of immediately go wide as she goes, "Excuse me?"
Was that heart
"Language."
tracer?
Heart tracer.
Heart tracer.
I'm sorry. You mean that you want me to get you one of the rarest and most hard to get out of the city things that there are? And he goes, "I'm sure both of you have more than enough resources to take care of it." And she says, "All right, well, let's say for a second that I am able to even get my hands on one of those. How the fuck do you plan on me getting it to you?" And he goes, "Oh, I've already sent a courier in your direction. Should be arriving in town, if my timing is correct, within the next 3-4 days. They will procure it and return it to me, and of course there will be payment. For you, Badger." She goes, Oh, just for the man you sent here." She goes, Needs I remind you how much you already owe me?" She starts grumbling, and you see at this point, like, her fists are balling. She is pissed the fuck off. And he goes, I presume, Badger, I don't know if you have any sort of experience with, a heart tracer?"
Can't say I've heard of one before.
"It's a dark red and black flower. It is used primarily in healing tonics that the city creates. However, the flower itself is extremely rare." And she says, "Yeah, just healing tonics." She goes, and at that point you see like the guys kind of goes like, "This is the last time I'm going to tolerate that. You will speak to me with respect." And she says, "I'll speak to you after I put my foot up your ass." He says, "Unfortunately, because of how rare it is, the governing body in Velodae does not wish for the flower to leave the premises, to leave the city, and it is quite well guarded. I believe it grows, if I recall. There is a small network, not too far off the surface, and it doesn't go down too far either, where these flowers bloom. If you could procure one for me, of course, and I have no doubt that you will be able to. Merely hand it off to the courier when they arrive. I presume you'll be taking residence somewhere near the church for the time being?
I was taking residence at the Vagabond, sir.
The Vagabond. All right. Well, then I will make sure to send a message over. You'll know them when you see them. You'll find there will be they will bear our symbol, and they will know to look for you. Well, that is all I need for the time being. So, until we speak again, and I hope that next time we speak, it is of your impending success in your mission. And before you have a chance to sign off, she goes, "Yeah, all right, bye," and just rips the mirror off the wall. And throws it into the chest, throws it under the bed, and it just vanishes again.
I'm going to kind of mumble under my breath the standard sign off because I'm paranoid like that.
Alright.
Right, so what else is this thing actually used for?
Persuasion check.
That's a 7.
7. You know what you're here for, and I know how to get you there. So, unless you want to go right now, I suggest you leave. And I'll how about we reconvene tomorrow?
Right. Shall I meet you here tomorrow then?
Yeah, I'll meet you outside. Early morning, before dawn.
Absolutely.
Great. What'd you say your name was, Badger?
Badger.
Ah,
Hi.
yes. A little piece of advice. Get out while you still can.
I've heard that before.
And she will very, very unfriendly like, will start pushing you out the door.
Yep. And I will head back into the temple.
All right. During this time, Lem.
The artifact is being guarded by top men. What kind of men? Top men.
So Lem.
Sailors used to ropes.
So you start looking around for information on the organization. A lot of what you find is things that would already be public knowledge. You know that they were a part of the army that took Zythan away from the creatures. You know that about 150 years following that, there was an attempt by a demonic incursion to take Zythan back. And that organization was involved in pushing the threat away. With a natural 20, and that's just a flat 20.
So it was 20, and then my +3 for investigation.
Oh, okay, so
23.
Got it. As you're sort of like trying to find any information on this, one of the individuals, Liliana, will come over to you, and as you kind of explain to her what you're looking for, she'll say, "Well, I'm afraid a lot of the information on the individuals you're speaking of is very well kept. Though I have something that might interest you." And she will take you over to far back corner where you can see that there is a little display case. And on the inside, as you glance in, she'll say, "We believe, we're not certain. We're still trying to ascertain its authenticity." But she'll point to what appears to be not a holy symbol, but a very interesting one. You can see that the symbol itself is composed of 5 parts, two of which make up the outer area of the outer pieces of a shield, with the inside just having a single dot, with just having an orb in the middle. And on the outside, what appears to be half of the symbol that carves down and almost forms into this claw that grabs onto the bottom of the shield, and the other one makes its way up and out. This one appearing to be a wing that sort of just gently curves inward. So we believe this belonged to one of the soldiers that fell during the battle, during the incursion, and we've been holding on to it ever since. I don't know if this is all we know, and as I said, we're still trying to authenticate it, and the process has been arduous. But we believe we're close. But as such, we keep it on display.
I do know somebody who. Would you mind terribly if I were to try to get a very good quality sketch of this? There's someone I might want to ask about it. Might know more about the symbols used by the organization, and then maybe they can.
Persuasion check.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Right. Um. Not so great. 12 total.
12 total. So, unfortunately, of course, we can't let you take the symbol. But if you'd like to make a sketch of it, that's perfectly fine.
Thank you so much.
Which, to describe her just very, very briefly, Liliana is half elven. She has this almost jaggedly cut hair, but it's very deliberate. You can see that there is a style to her hair, which is this dark brown bordering black, mostly, probably a bit closer to black. Blue eyes, and she is adorned in the same robes that you haven't met him yet, but Henry was wearing, that are very much more to just kind of show her relation to the church. What shall I say? And if you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to oversee, just to make sure. It's not that we don't trust you, but for our own safety.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I know they're a bit clandestine. Yeah. Can't imagine.
And if you do know someone personally who might have more information, if you could get them in touch with us.
You know how it is. They recruited among the nobility mostly. I don't really have great access, but well, probably they recruited other ways. That's just how.
Well, if at all possible, then please.
That was for the person I know.
Any information we can get would be more than welcomed.
Absolutely, we'll pass it along. When I get the chance. It's not welcome.
Are you?
Anyway.
And she'll say, I don't mean to pry. Are you nobility as well?
I'm from a pruned branch.
I see. Well,
You know how those things go. Human house, elven house. If it doesn't work out, cut off.
I see. Well, I apologize for bringing it up.
It's fine. It's a thing that happened a long time ago.
Right. All right. Well, please, feel free. Do you need parchment, a quill, pen?
Please hold for me checking my. Let's see. No, I do have parchment, pen, vial of ink, books. I'm good.
All right. So she will stay with you, and just watch over. Malik, you want to go
get a robot?
You want to go get a robot?
No, I'm sure. I want to get robots.
Robot.
I'm thinking I like a spy kid.
So you make your way into the building, which again, from the outside, marble exterior, very uniform with the rest of the shops here. You can see there's Jordan. You can see that the outer symbol appears to be that of what looks like metal plates that are being forged together, and you can see 3 gears, one in the center and two on the sides. And it does say the Grace of Steel.
Nice.
Making your way inside. Funnily enough, similar to the establishment in Trezig in terms of what they offer. It's a lot of components, electronics, stuff like that. Things that are very much intended for the use of creating automatons. And as you're kind of perusing, make your way inside, a lot of the shelves are similarly laid out with the sort of with more of a personal touch to them in the way that they're arranged. It's very clear whoever did this took a lot of pride in their work, as everything is very uniform on the shelves. And as you're kind of making your way through, you see what looks to be a tall, more humanoid automaton, motionless, that is currently toward the front counter. It is dressed in what appears to be the sort of odd, what could pass for shopkeeper attire, but a little bit more, but a bit more haphazard. And it is currently just kind of standing there, motionless, eyes forward, just kind of staring.
Hello, sir.
You see the thing
I'm
kind
gonna
of
snap.
shakes for a moment. You see the eyes kind of begin to glow with this sort of greenish blue energy. As it looks, it goes, oh, terribly sorry about that. I tend to doze off from time to time, and it actually like reaches up and kind of like just starts wiping its eyes as if it was just asleep. And will say, "Hello, welcome to the Grace of Steel. My name is Mask. What can I do for you?"
Well, Mask, I'm here to look at your wares. I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about these automatons I've heard so much about, and
Excellent. We always need new and better engineers. And he will begin kind of showing you around. Anything in specific you're looking for?
like timing devices.
Okay. So like pocket watches, stuff like that?
More like timing devices and like triggers.
Fuses.
I'm not saying that explicitly.
Make a persuasion roll.
12 plus 5, 17.
You're good. Doesn't, no undertones, anything. He'll say, "Oh, yes. Well, if you'll follow me, he'll take you to a number of different things. You can see that there are small, remote timers. However, not fully digital. They are more analog in the sense that you watch as he has to kind of flick dials to different times, and then you see he actually attaches he actually like puts together a small mechanism, and as he presses the button, the dials begin like ticking down. Is that more what you were looking for? Something that you were looking for?
Yeah, similar, but then maybe even something that could be turned on from long range as well. I'm looking to get into mining, and I'm a solo operator, so I don't want to be caught in what I'm trying to mine.
Well, I do have some, but they're not that long, about 20 feet away. If you're looking for mining equipment, I would highly recommend speaking with the City Hall. They could help you to procure the necessary components. Mine is more for personal use, not business.
All right.
I could still supply you with what you need. It's just a lot of the many shops you'll find, not even just mine, but across the continent, that specialize in these kinds of wares, have sort of been prohibited in selling things that are more business oriented. They can be used for business. They're just not as the materials are just not as sturdy as they would be for big projects such as what you're speaking of.
Eric, is there any sort of... I'm looking around and I'm trying to see if there's any sort of thieves' cant symbols or nonsense.
Perception.
All right, that's a 10 plus... I think I have maybe a 3 to perception? Let me scroll down. Perception, I've got a plus 4, so I got a 14.
Nope, not even slightly.
All right, I'm not going to risk it. All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate your
of course.
time.
Oh,
I'm gonna leave.
Of course. Have a good day. You recall, you were very explicitly told, in fact,
I remember.
It's been, near impossible for any sort of routes to be put down here. And if you'd actually like to spend some time scoping the city to see if you can find any sort of it, you can go ahead and make an investigation check.
I'm done.
Okay.
Ooh, I've got an 8.
8 total?
Yeah, 9 minus 1.
Oh. Yeah.
I don't think.
Taking some time. I'll say you get about 2.5 hours into your search before, like, it's just because you're trying to be as thorough as you can be, but you don't find anything that would even remotely distinguish a sort of like safe haven or illicit business going on. Nothing. And it's kind of off-putting, considering that even in the smaller towns that you would just like been passing through on your way up to Trezek, you'd always manage to find at least some hint of it. Even if it wasn't explicitly, for illicit goods, just a place you could rest where you knew you wouldn't be bothered. Things like that. But yeah, no, you don't find anything like that. And again, almost a little off-putting.
If that's the case, then I'm gonna return to the church and just look for one of the people to give me a tour of the facilities and nonsense like that.
All right.
Nothing too major, just like general, like getting the lay of the land and trying to memorize routes in and out. Like bullshit burglary, cat burglary style.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, so pretty. What does this do?
All right. Hey, Void.
Yes.
What else were you gonna try to do?
Actually, I'd like to go to the. I wrote it down, even though everyone else wrote it down on Discord, and it doesn't matter that I wrote it down. The Wanderer's Thread.
Wanderer's Thread.
Getting some new threads.
And I'm sorry, David. Was there anything you wanted to take care of? I can't.
Oh yeah,
remember.
Dustin Blade.
The Destined Blade. Okay. So I'll go with David since he's been in the things. All right. So you make your way over to the Destined Blade. Same sort of marble exterior, but as you enter, you were immediately hit with, even though it's well ventilated, the intense heat that you would expect from a smithy. You can see that there are a number of individuals who are currently in the process of working at forges in the back. And sort of towards the front, there is a halfling individual, sort of just kind of propped up, not even arms on the counter. He's literally sitting on the counter, and you can see he's currently in the process of kind of flipping through a ledger, and he has several next to him at the moment. And he's sort of like humming to himself as he looks up. The individual has a very, very long beard that sort of stretches, that would almost rival a dwarven beard in a way, as it goes almost to about just past his chest. Hair is very, very nicely cut and short, with sort of this wavy, unnatural wave that he sort of parts to the back of his head. This sort of like maybe dullish yellow green eyes. Has a smock on with the same sort of attire you'd expect for one who works in a forge. Has a set of gloves. Looks up at you and says, "Hello."
Hello. So I'm just gonna take a look around. Do they have anything like on display right now, or no?
Yep, they do. You can see that there are a number of swords that are hung, a number of different types of weaponry that are just hung on the walls, being very beautifully displayed. Shields. You can see some sets of armor that are up on racks, being displayed. And you see the shop owner kind of keeps his eyes on you as you're looking around. It says, anything you're looking for in particular, friend?
Something like defensive, like I have this big sword here, and when I'm like, using it on like monsters and things, like there's not much ways for me to like protect myself. Do you have any recommendations?
Unfortunately, I don't have anything in the way of arm shields or anything like that. If you'd like, we can put in a custom order.
How long would that take?
Time and the material that you'd want. Do you want just a standard shield? Would you like it with a rarer material?
Give me the prices on like the shield depending on the materials.
Well,
Budget's around maybe 100 gold pieces, maybe. You know.
then I would highly recommend sticking with the standard. So for us to make a custom order. Let's see. He'll actually like get up, set the ledgers aside, come over, and may I see your arm really quick?
Yeah.
He'll take out a measuring tape and actually begin kind of wrapping it around your forearm, around your wrist, and taking the different measurements. Starts writing. So he'll like write something down really quick. Okay. Well, I believe. Let's see. It should take about. If you want it in the standard time, we have other projects we're working on, so it'll take about 2.5, 3 weeks to be done. If you'd like to expedite the process, depending on how, if you want it like by the end of the week, I'd probably have to tack on about 70 gold as a rush job. And then for the shield itself, that would be another 50, so 120 in total.
So 50. I can do 50 for right now. I have to talk to my group, see how long like we're gonna be here, and then I'll come back to you, see if we can do a rush order if like we have to get out of here quickly. Sound
Sure.
fair?
All right. He actually like starts like writing out what appears to be an acknowledgement of he starts putting in a work order basically. Start down, and may I have your name?
Belmondo.
Belmondo. All right. It takes about 2 minutes for him to write it all out, and he'll turn it over to you, hand you a pen, and I say, though, this is going to be the acknowledgement of your work. Hang on to this and bring it back when you want to pick it up, and just go ahead and please sign down here just to acknowledge that you have commissioned us for the work, and then we will take your payment, and I will make sure to add it to the docket.
Okay.
Right. So you go ahead and sign the bottom, hand over your 50 gold, and he'll sort of put a signature next to yours. And say, all right, well, let me know if you need us to expedite it. Other than that, 2.5, 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
And he'll hand it back. You see, he actually puts it onto a pile where you can see that there's a couple of. There's quite a good number of work orders before you.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to the magic shop afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. So Void, you want to go to the Wanderer's thread?
Yes.
Alrighty.
I have a question first.
Yes.
This is gonna sound absolutely ridiculous. Can you use prestidigitation to remove the dye from clothing?
That's a good question. Let me look at prestidigitation.
Is that considered cleaning it?
Yeah, that's what
I would say no. If it's very purposefully made to be dyed, then no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can't you re-dye it with prestidigitation?
No, because I'm going to. You can color it and it'll stay colored for an hour.
Mm-hmm. But it's not the same as that. It's not the same as dyeing it. It'll just change it to a specific color for an hour. Alrighty, so make your way into the wandering thread. As you enter, you actually hear what sounds like the chime, like a ting of a bell going off as you walk in. The inside is what you can see. The walls are laid with different sorts of fabrics and colors for you to be able to have access to feel, see what you like, see what would work well together. You can see that there are small cabinets set up that appear to have small glass windows in them with different bits of thread, needles, sewing kits, a lot of do-it-yourself kind of things. But as you hear the ting go off, you'll hear just from the back what sounds like a frazzled female voice go, "Oh, just a moment, I'll be wah!" Oh dear. Just a moment. And you'll start hear somebody
Can I
shuffling.
Body scraping.
Can you what?
Can I hide myself in like a corner?
Make a stealth check.
I want to be seen. I just want to be fucking out of the way.
Sitting in the corner.
just like a statue in the fucking corner.
I like the idea that your knees are just right up to your chest because you're 7 feet tall. Just so you're 5 feet tall.
Sure.
I touched my die as it was rolling, so I figured that warrants a reroll. It is lower. It's still an unnatural 20.
All right, so you're gonna tuck yourself in as you hear from the back, "Oh dear, oh dear, I'll deal with it later." As you'll see a female gnome kind of panter out from behind. She has a very, very nice, what looks to be almost a like a pantsuit on, that is deep purple, with a small bow tie that she wears, that is pure black with a white undershirt. A set of glasses on her face with earrings that sort of make their way all the way up the sides of her ears. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Shut up, headset. That set of earrings that make their way all the way up the sides of her ears, all in different colors. You can see she has a very, for lack of a better term of this, a very 80s secretary look, with the hair that's sort of like tied up and over. Like
Ghostbusters, what do you want?
Basically, yes. Or closer to oh my gosh, what was her name? Monsters Incorporated. The receptionist.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think she's one, right? In the crew or
No,
in the bad guys or the cops
No,
or
I'm
whatever.
talking about Wazowski.
Yeah, she's like the main. She's a secret agent.
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
You mean Edna, right?
Roz.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I thought it was Moz, but it's Roz.
Roz.
Dude, Monster Inc. Spoilers.
Spoilers, Jesus.
It's been out long enough. You failed.
Spoilers. As she comes out, she sort of like comes out and she goes, "Hi, welcome to." Hello? Hello? Gosh darn.
You
kid.
should really consider chilling out sometime.
She like looks over, she sees you in the corner and goes, "Hi."
I come for you.
She bolts to the back. You hear two doors lock.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. It was too funny.
Make a persuasion roll.
Mr. Bard.
Well,
that doesn't sound great.
No, I don't know how to tell you this.
What'd
Eric.
you roll?
That's a 29.
Oh shit!
Jeez.
What is your plus to persuasion?
11.
Oh my god, Bard.
That's
That
one of
makes
my
sense.
bonus. Yeah, that's one of
You
my
got a
two
jack of all
bards.
trades now, right?
Yeah,
Jack of all trades.
bards.
Jack of all trades doesn't matter to expertise, but you get expertise in the skill as a bard.
But jack of all trades gets a +1 to everything.
No, skills you are not proficient in.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
skills
it's
you are
so I'm not.
proficient in.
It's so I'm not dog shit at anything.
That's pretty nice.
For about a minute, you'll hear. You see her pant cover. You see as she comes out, she has a broom in her hands.
I can look like somebody else if you want me to. It's not a big deal. I just kind of.
No,
Sure.
no, it's fine. Do you always scare shop owners like that? I nearly.
No,
called
I
them-
actually, I just kind of had the inclination to. I am terribly sorry, but it was. You
By
seemed
the way-
flustered, and it felt like the perfect opportunity.
height difference, by the way.
Massive.
She'll look up.
Hamster banana.
She looks up at you and says, puts the broom down, lays it on against the counter. Right. Well, you're certainly a tall and interesting individual. My name is Nix. What can I do for you?
I was actually wondering if you had the capability here in the store to possibly re-dye my jacket.
Yes, I can. You're a member of the military?
No.
Then how did you procure that jacket?
Second hand. It's kind of a long story.
Give me deception.
It's not. I mean, I guess it's just not. It's withholding information.
Yeah,
But
give me a deception check.
Lie through omission.
Still a 19.
All right. Yes, I can re-dye your jacket. We'll need to bleach it to get the dye out.
The color doesn't matter. I figure that's probably whatever's the least expensive for you.
White is the easiest. That would just be bleaching and then retouching where it may have burned a bit harsher.
That's perfectly fine.
All right. I need you to remove it, please.
Even though no, I guess you guys will see it later, so I'll just take it off and then describe myself in a bit.
Okay. So she'll take the jacket. Kind of gives you a very like cursory like what the fuck?
If you're like 3 gnomes, Chris.
Four.
Four gnomes. I apologize.
4 gnomes.
You're 7 feet tall. You're right.
You can't teach that.
1.75.
This, if you don't mind me saying, this is rather dirty.
I mean, I haven't exactly had the greatest options of clothing since I don't look like this normally.
Right. Okay. Well, I will
Your
have
background.
So, in order to clean it and to for the dye and bleach, I could have this done in a couple of days. I don't have any pressing projects at the moment.
Would it be dirty if I did? Because I'd be regularly prestidigitating myself.
Oh, I'm aware.
Okay.
So you handed her a jacket that has been basically freshly prestidigitated, and she still says it looks dirty.
That's fair.
She'll say, all right, so for the washing, bleaching, and coloring, she kind of like feels the material on it just to ensure, to see what she'll need to do. Say 11 gold and 5 silver, and I can get it done.
Shit. Okay, that's all my money.
Wait, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I don't have money. I spent it all.
Haggler.
You could haggle.
29 on persuasion, bro. Haggle the hell out of her.
But Void isn't like that.
I
don't
think
know.
they've had kind of a tumultuous relationship so far.
Well, all right. You'll hand her the 11 gold, 5 silver. She'll say, great. I'll get it done, and if you'll excuse me, I have a back room that needs to be cleaned.
If it's any consolation prize, Would you like a scarf?
She'll look over at you with a curious look.
I'll pull out my bolts of I believe cotton that I've had.
Uh-huh.
I bought these assuming that my traveling companions would want scarves, and really only one of them's wanted one. So I kind of wasted my money.
Give me a persuasion roll.
29 again.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Chris.
I would say just real quick though,
I'm wasting all my high rolls. Holy fuck.
has Void offered to make scarves for everyone?
I have made a scarf, or I'm in the process of making a scarf for Nay.
Okay, because I know it's like I remember saying something like that, but I didn't know if anyone
I
else.
believe that I would. The last time I was actually, I guess, had anybody else involved with it was the Nay Malik debacle, and you were like crying in your room, and I'm like, yeah, I need to fit this really quick.
Can
Right, okay.
Can I just say I love the idea of the I've been offering. I got these to make my companion scarves, and no one seemed to want them. I've been waiting for them to ask, but
That's why I was asking.
I don't.
But they don't even know.
Actually,
They don't even know. You know, when someone's making a scarf, you assume that the greed would kick in, and they'd ask for a scarf to be made for them.
but like,
They're weird like that. Oh man.
I'm like, but making a scarf can take a while.
I mean, I did offer. It just.
anyway.
So anyway, she'll say, "Sure, I would hate to see good cloth, good cotton go to waste. Thank you."
It's not a problem.
And your name was?
Void. It's much longer, but that seems to be a better go-to.
Mr. Void. I will be sure to have this done. And she'll kind of still giving you like a definitely weirdest interaction I've ever seen or I've ever had kind of look. We'll walk to the back and you'll start hearing her picking up some of the things that have fallen.
Okay, bye, Aziz. Fucking walk out the door.
All right.
Did she give me a time?
2 to 3 days.
2 to 3 days. Okay.
All right. Is anyone going to any shops after this? Enough time has lapsed. Does anyone want to go to any shops besides David who wants to go to the magic shop?
I can't afford anything.
I want to go to the magic shop with David. David, do you want to also go to the general goods shop?
Yeah, I eventually also want to go to the oddity store because I'm curious.
Okay.
I'd be down to do just magic and just oddities to do quick about it.
Just
Can I
magic,
just
and Nay?
just not to linger on the shopping episode.
I was gonna say the catch here though is Nay is going to be spending most of her time doing research. So until she can confirm it, the only shop that she might be interested in is the Greeting Raven, and maybe the general shop.
Very well. Okay.
But until then, it's research time, and a 2 is a 2.
I'll go to the oddity shop with people.
Okay.
And if they're in the magic shop, sure, I'll go along
Let's do magic shop, then we'll do
Well,
oddity shop.
well, now isn't this an oddity? We're all going to the same store together.
Yeah.
So,
I want to go 10 minutes after them so that we just do the same shop twice.
Nice. I like that idea, and I would like to tag along and do 10 minutes later. Just,
so I'll go
all right,
first.
thanks for
You go
coming to today's
second.
session, everyone. We'll see you next week. Oh my god. Fuck you all. All right, so you make your way. So you guys want to? So I'll ask you guys. You want to do the magic shop first? Or you want to do the oddity shop first?
I would like to comically walk into the same doorway as David, to whatever, regardless, and just stop and it gets stuck in the doorway.
Yeah, Matt. We'll go magic shop and we'll both get stuck in the doorway with our shoulders touching.
Yeah, we'll be like.
All right. So you go ahead and and get stuck in the doorway of the Infinite Sea.
Okay. I go first. You move back, and then we go forward after that.
I don't think that's how this works.
No.
Badger, would you like to give him a shove?
Sure.
Strength check.
Get in there, you blackguards.
I rolled a 16.
17.
Damn it.
So Badger, you kind of like get behind him, get a bit of a running start, and shoulder tackle both of them through the door.
And you're like, Badger's on the scene.
As you guys enter, the shop itself on the inside, as opposed to being even remotely in your mind what you kind of thought it would be, like ocean themed, similar to back in Trezek, you see a sea, but it is of stars, shining stars that just wrap itself all the way around, and they actually glisten, like give off small twinklings here and there. You can see that in contrast to where everything was sort of laid out in Trezek, all of the items that the shop procures is either against the wall behind glass, or or you could say there's a large storeroom behind the proprietor, which, as you enter, the proprietor, from what you can see, appears to be nature check, actually.
Nature check.
Ooh,
I had
4.
22.
I don't know anything about boots.
It is, for those of you that rolled so for Badger and Belmondo, it is a hobgoblin.
Ooh.
He is very tall. I'd say bordering maybe 6'7", 6'8", much taller than any other hobgoblin. With a set of long blue and purple robes. You can see that coiled kind of around his neck, with its head kind of peeking up, is a snake. That's kind of just sticking its tongue out toward you. He has these very nice, off-putting almost purple eyes, and his hair is tied back, black, tied back into a ponytail. And you see as soon as that whole display happens, you watch him go, "Yes, marvelous, again, please."
Well, someone's enjoying themselves.
Oh, it's not every day you see such a ridiculous display. It's glorious, I tell you, absolutely glorious. Oh.
I like this guy.
I really like that this joke turned out really well.
Yeah.
Oh me. Oh my. He'll come around the desk and say, "Well, welcome to the Infinite Sea, my friends. My name is Alabaster. And you three have just given me quite the performance. What can I do for you?"
We gotta take a look and see what he has on display for right now.
Okay, and I am going to call a break right here, because I've been needing to use the bathroom for the past 30 minutes, but I've been holding it.
Cool.
So, we're going to go for a little break right now. I'll be back in 10, 15 minutes. That sounds good?
Yeah.
All right, to break.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm done.
Hi, welcome back.
Yo.
What's your favorite way of consuming water? Tell us on YouTube. Anyway.
With my mouth. Next.
Anyway, back to it. So, looking at what he has available, as you kind of just start perusing, you see he'll actually like start asking, is there anything in particular you're looking for? So you're just perusing, but
Yeah, just here kind of browsing with them.
all right. Feel free. Just let me know if you have any questions. Some of our more pricey items are towards the back, but I do have a ledger. But feel free, and he will walk back. Walk back to his counter. So you can see a couple things. You can see 2 display cases that have 2 different sets of armor in them. One of them has this sort of greenish, dark greenish tinge to it. It is a set of full plate. The other one, which you can see, is what appears to be just a standard set of plate armor, but there's this sort of embroidery across it that almost looks like flowers that just kind of run across the front. You can see immediately next to that there is a display case with 3 different weapons in it. The first one appears to be a great sword. You can see that the blade. You can see that the actual side of it is serrated, and has this sort of odd kind of what almost looks like a zombified hand that is ran up the middle of the blade. The pommel and hilt itself is this jet black metal with sort of dark leather wrapping, and toward the bottom of it is what appears to be a skull. The second one is a longsword, but it's a bit interesting in make. The actual hilt itself, the blade almost looks fully golden. The pommel is the hilt and pommel of it is this what looks to be a coin of some kind. And the actual hilt itself has this sort of leather wrapping that is again dyed gold, with wings that come off, and the blade itself has holes through it, about this big around, about 8 of them.
Can it fit gold coins?
You cannot actively take it out, but you could have Alabaster come over.
I'll have him come over, I guess.
All right, he'll come over. I say, yes.
Can you explain me what some of these do? Like, I'm gonna point towards like the necrotic greatsword, the fucking golden sword, and the flowery.
So the last item you see in terms of a weapon, you see what looks to be a halberd. The front of it is very, very fine, like very, very thin. And it's just a very, very sturdy construction. The back of it has a pike. Not a pike. What am I thinking of? Someone help me out here. Halberds have the blade in the front. They have the blade in the front, and then they have like a spike in the back. Is there a specific name for that, or is it just a spike?
Pike.
There probably is a specific term, but
a pike.
No. So a halberd has the blade in the front, and then it'll usually have a spike at the top, and then a spike toward the back, adjacent to the blade.
I think it's just a spike.
Is it just spike?
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, I don't know.
A skull catcher.
Yeah,
oh no, it's a pick.
A pick. Thank you.
Okay, the pike. That's on the top.
It's like point on top, and then
I
the
agree
thing on
with
the back.
Yeah, the spike's on the top. Yeah.
Also,
like
something called the beak.
Beak.
Also,
yeah, that's the term I was thinking of. Yeah.
Very sturdy construction with a dark leather wrapping around the hilt. And he'll say, that one, as he points to the halberd, That is merely a halberd that has been further enchanted to give a bit more force behind the blows that it deals. This blade, as he points to the necrotic one, so this has a very dark history. From what the seller told me, the blade was originally owned by an executioner that dabbled in the darker sides of magic. It is enchanted to suck away the life force of any creature it strikes, and once every day, you can use it to temporarily reanimate a corpse.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
And this one is he'll actually like open the case and take it out, take the longsword out. This one is a very unique piece. I've never seen anything else constructed in such a way. An adventurer came through here. I want to say a number of years ago, actually, with this item, and he was very well off after his years of roaming the land and doing deeds for those in need. He didn't quite know what to do with all his money. So this blade, and he'll actually like go over and he pulls what looks to be just a metal. It was supposed to be it's a small gold coin. So this blade will actually he'll pop the coin in to the blade, and as he sort of twists the hilt, you'll hear a hard, like almost a revving, like a. And as you do so, the coin will begin to melt, and the blade will begin igniting. Will ignite with this sort of gold, white hue. So the blade, to my understanding, is enchanted in such a way that you put you put coins into it, specifically gold coins, and the next attack that you make with the weapon toward whatever creature will be enhanced.
That's pretty cool for someone who has like a lot of money. I don't really have too much on me right now.
He'll put the blade back.
What about the armor? Like the flowery one?
This one has two uses, actually. The first one is... they're both very mild enchantments, nothing too extravagant. The first enchantment on it is the armor is designed in such a way that if you speak a word, the armor will automatically remove itself from your body. Speak the word again, it will automatically reattach to your body. The second one is it is enchanted with a special cleaning enchantment. The armor will never, if the armor ever gets dirty, it will always self-clean itself. So you needn't worry about upkeep or anything like that. It will not repair major damage, but minor scrapes or scuffs, it will automatically heal.
Okay.
The other one, this is a set of adamantine armor. Are you familiar?
I've come across some.
Gives you a much stronger layer of protection, especially against those who have a lot more precision with their strikes. Not the quietest of armors, but useful. And he'll kind of just stand there. There are a couple more items in the shop. At least in the open. If you want to look at it. He says, and he was saying something about, what is your price range, roughly?
Ooh, I just spent 50, like maybe around like 100, sadly.
100 gold? Yes, I'm afraid I don't have much in that way. I do have some smaller items. Let me check his inventory, because I know I put some common magic items in there, because I'm not an asshole. Let's see. What sort of, are you of any sort of arcane persuasion?
Not really.
All right, well that's off the table. I do have a rather it, more of just a for fun item if you're interested. He'll go over and kind of reach into a small. He'll go into a small case and pull out a wand. And he'll say, Badger, make a charisma saving throw.
7.
7? So you will all watch as Badger's face stretches into a big smile.
Oh no!
And Badger, fight as you will, you can't stop smiling. Ta-da!
Oh no!
How long does that last?
A minute. About a minute.
Oh, that would be fun. Like, how much?
For this item, 50 gold pieces.
I can't spend gold willy-nilly right now.
I'll
When
tell
I
you
do
what.
have more money.
I'll tell you what. Because you gave me such an enthralling performance when you came in here, I'll take 40% off. 30 gold pieces and it's yours.
You know what? Deal. I was looking for a souvenir anyways.
Alright, so he'll give you... You can add a wand of smiles to your inventory.
Oh, yeah.
You point it at a target, and they have to make a charisma saving throw, DC 13. And if they fail, they cannot stop smiling for the next minute. Badger, your face relaxes.
If I had tried to talk, would I have been able to?
Oh yeah, you gotta talk like this, like
Are you
constantly
just gonna talk like
smiling.
this?
Oh no,
Oh,
not with
okay.
your mouth. You can talk, but you
Oh,
have to
okay.
constantly keep yourself in a smile.
Nice.
My gold is going down.
My gold is disappearing.
Goodbye, gold.
Goodbye.
My gold.
Well, I have a couple more. Either of you, arcane persuasion?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, all right. How are your budgets? About the same?
Well, yeah, I'd say about that.
You could say that.
And if either of you partake in tobacco of any kind?
Some kind.
Did I make this guy my...
Well, I do have again more a parlor trick kind of thing. He'll reach in and pull out a pipe. And he'll say, very very simple enchantment. He'll actually like reach into his pocket, and you can see he actually does have like some tobacco on him. And he'll rip it open, take a little bit out, put it in the pipe, and hold it to his mouth. You'll watch as he kind of snaps his finger, and a small plume of fire will appear in his hand. And he'll light it, inhale, and as he exhales, you'll watch as the smoke that he exhales transforms into a large wolf for a moment before disappearing.
How'd that work?
So the enchantment is it's only momentary, but if you smoke anything from the pipe, you can imagine what kind of creature you would like to have your exhale take the form of, and it will appear only momentarily. As I said, more of a parlor trick.
Can I try it?
Of course, he'll prestidigitate the pipe and actually kind of wipe it off with his robe, and he'll hand it over to you. All right, what form do you want it to take?
A mimic of a chest.
Have you seen a mimic before?
Well, probably not. That's the only thing.
So,
I just want to see if it's possible.
Hag! An ice hag!
An ice hag. Just an ice hag.
You want to have it be the bear?
Oh, no, actually, the ice hag would be pretty interesting.
So as you exhale, it starts to take the form, but it does dissipate extremely quick. So it's like basically as you get to the end of your exhale, the whole image was there, but before you finished exhaling it disappeared.
I just want to see if he recognizes her at all. Or it
he
as a
claps.
creature.
It's not detailed. They're very much like shadows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fun, but
Yeah.
it's not for me.
Yeah. He gives you a clap. Very good. Very good. Would you like to try? He'll offer to you, Badger.
Ah, thank you.
Press the digit, say it again, and hand it over to you.
I'll inhale and I'll blow out a badger.
just a badger?
Yeah.
That's perfect.
The badger will take form before it dissipates, and he'll clap. Well, if you're interested.
How much is it?
For this, 20 gold.
I'm not sure I can justify that.
Understandable. He'll take it.
It's very nice, though.
He'll take it, clean it again. You see, he actually he taps out the tobacco and actually starts cleaning it before setting it back in and closing the case. Well, if you ever do come across some extra funds, unless there's anything else in particular you're looking for.
I was mostly just here to see what you got and keep these two in line.
Fair enough.
Whoa, hear me out. I don't think we should be the one that you should be keeping in line. Have you seen some of the other people we have with us?
How long were you would you have been stuck in that door?
I don't know. How long would have been stuck? How long have we been stuck in there? Maybe 5, 10 seconds. Not too bad.
Kind of cozy.
As you guys are at the shop and going around, Lem, as you're finishing your sketch, you will see a guard walk in. Well, you will see a guard approaching. I'll say, "Excuse me, are you Lemon Barak?"
Yes, yes I am.
All right. Where's the? Do you know where the rest of your companions are at the moment?
Given that we just arrived in the city, I believe they've scattered a bit, but we will be meeting on. If you have a message for all of us, I can convey it.
No, not a message, more a, here. He'll actually go over his side and pull off a note and hand it over to you. This is from Captain Relian, at your convenience. And he'll walk off.
Thank you very much for your time.
Do you open it?
Yes.
All right.
You nosy.
All right.
Well, wait. He did say for the group, yeah.
I'm just kidding around.
He did.
I'm just kidding around.
Yeah.
All right. So you open the letter, and it will say, "To the group currently going as the Pietins. Thank you for the information on the mishaps that are going on in Norbury. As thanks for this, House Dyrasa would like to personally grant you all 2,000 gold pieces for the information, as well as your efforts in dispatching the entities that were in the town that reside within the town. Additionally, if you should ever be in need of any work, there are several things that need to be taken care of just outside of the town. Please get in contact with me, even if it is just to claim your reward. Thank you, Captain Relian."
Nice.
Money now, boys.
I'm gonna get a robot. Guys, here's the thing: if we all pull our money together, how big of our robot can we?
How many stories tall can our mecha be?
How many? We can fucking fly this thing. We'll all
You're going to be severely disappointed, and the best we're going to get is a 2-foot mechanist.
I'm not gonna lie,
a robot butler.
I weirdly enjoy the prospects of us slowly turning this into a different fucking tabletop system by focusing on the mechs.
Gonna make me
like
go to
all of them
store.
get the seedy underworld of mecha fighting and
So
Snap.
we aim at the goblin camp and let's unleash an alpha strike that'll generate 18 heat in the left weapon arm.
Oh my god.
All right,
I
cool
burned the
down.
note. No, I'm kidding.
We all
Right,
get like
so-
separate mechs that combine into one big mech.
That's the plan.
Oh hell yeah.
Wait,
Power Rangers
all right,
or RPG,
guys.
let's go.
Before we get ahead of ourselves, Eric, is it
Fucking
possible in this scenario that we can do this realistically?
No.
No. You cannot make Voltron.
Why not?
No, you cannot make Voltron.
Come on,
Voltron.
that's of course we can. That's copyrighted,
This
but
is-
we can make
Yeah,
our
we
own
got a
version.
speedrun.
There
Yeah,
are
Speedtron or whatever the hell you want to call it.
Look, technology is barely advanced.
The
to
limit is
point
your
that
imagination, Eric. That's the appeal of Dungeons and Dragons.
The settings and the not only that, but the setting is not that advanced right now.
We're
Okay.
living in an era where a teleportation circle, in order for it to be permanent, you need to do it for like 1,000 days or whatever the fuck. So it's like,
Days.
How many artificers would
So
it
here's
take?
what we do.
Oh my fucking god, we're not. No, I'm shutting this idea around right now.
We get
I just
how much
want a
30
20-foot
immovable
bird that
rods
walks around.
and a boat.
So,
That would
so
work.
Lem, Lem takes a deep
The
breath,
mobile rods.
very
Well, we did it.
carefully puts away the note.
Eric, all right,
and
so the
finishes
campaign's
the sketch.
over.
I'm sorry.
and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you win D&D when you make the DM walk away from the table.
We won! Wow!
I just want a 20-foot bird that walks around town and in a robot voice goes, problematic.
Problematic. Oh
Can
no,
we,
man.
we're just gonna get mechs of ourselves. That's it.
So what were you saying, Susha?
I think Lem will sort of take a deep breath, put away the note carefully, like refold it, put it away, and we'll finish the sketch. And we'll thank Liliana for all of her assistance, and we'll head to the Vagabond.
Okay. Are you picking up Nay along the way, or trying to pick up Nay along the way?
I think I will. I think I will keep my eyes peeled for Nay, and I might take, like, what. Given the layout of the city, I might try to take a route that's less direct and more lets me see
Okay.
areas where I think Nay might have gone. Like my impression is that parks or graveyards or similar might be a good place to
Well, Nay
for her
is-
to go to contemplating things. So, like, but it's basically if I see her, then I would collect her. But if she's
make a perception check.
Has Squeeps just been vegging out, staring at the fucking mural for like 4 hours?
No,
No.
he's supposed to be doing research. That's what Squeaks is meant to be doing.
He was yeah. So Squeeps, unfortunately, you find things on the term best friend.
Well, I mean, once that doesn't work, I'm gonna try and expand it to like water. There's water.
Make an
I know
investigation check.
I know he does water things. Oh, that's a natural 19
I
minus.
was gonna say, Squeeps has had better luck finding best friend than fucking Nay's been doing trying to search up Raven.
17.
17. Okay, you find a couple books detailing sort of like monster, creatures of the sea, sort of vegetation and wildlife that live within it. You don't really know a lot about best friend. So you don't really get any sort of like, aha, this is him kind of thing. Yeah, without really any knowledge of what he looks like, you don't really know what you're looking for.
Okay, I'd like to find someone to assist me.
Okay. Right, you find one of the attendants. I'll say I'll roll a d6 for it, or I'll roll a d4 since the others would be since she'd be indisposed. All right, you find Henry.
All right. Huh.
Yes.
Best friend. Big water. I'd show off my my warlock book. Kind of thumb through it. I think there's warlock spells in there. I'm trying to see if he gets that I'm looking for information on a patron.
Make a persuasion check.
Persuasion check.
As your roll.
Natural one.
That is a very nice book. He goes back to what he was doing.
I'm trying to find the other one.
Investigation check.
6. Minus 2 is 4.
You find Nay.
Hello.
By the way, I'll say, like, by this point, you just see Nay is just continuously just searching through books, and it seems like she is not even focused on anyone around her at this point.
Jesus.
What kind of books is she looking at?
At the moment,
that's a good question.
At the moment, she's at this point now. You found a book that mentions a raven. It is in a book on birds.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more like it is a 1-page thing. It's like a book for kids.
Oh.
I'm like, this is a raven. This is what a raven can do.
The difference between crows and ravens is that ravens have big beards.
Yeah. Eventually, like, the book gets pulled away, and Nay just goes to go for another book before noticing him. Like, she looks devastated at this point.
I'm. Hello?
Hey, Dad.
What do you need, Squeeps?
What are you doing?
I'm trying to learn more about the Raven Queen. I can't find anything. I have
Is there any useful information in this pile of books? Like, at all?
Useful in what way, you mean?
Picture of a raven.
Yeah, in the book that Nate just put down.
Alright. In that case... Ooh. I am going to look around again for any attendants, and I'm going to show them this picture.
Alright. Make an investigation check.
12.
Okay. So, I mean, yeah, as you're kind of combing around, you find one of the other attendants, Soel, a tiefling male, dark red skin, completely head is very clean shaven, but is clearly showing the signs of starting to grow back. Let me get back real quick. Sorry about that. I had to grab something out of my wardrobe.
Yep.
Sorry about that. And I'm sure that last part was very quiet just because of how my mic is. He looks at it and he'll say, he'll make an insight check.
I'm trying to find the Raven Queen, but I'm not having any help.
Yes, 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 of course, of course. Please follow me. And he will take you to almost the other side of the library. And we'll take a book out and we'll say, just general knowledge. Here you are.
Alright, I'm gonna dash off.
Oh, take care.
I'm going to bring it to Nay and just kind of put it in front of her.
Say best friend.
Nay will take the book up and almost half resigned just start going through it. See if there's anything that picks up.
All right. So just a random book.
Oh, the book.
No, sorry, not a random book.
Squeaks.
Just a random page. Just gonna open it.
Well, it's in essence, it's just kind of the how speed readers are usually kind of by this point. She's kind of like beaten down, so just very quickly going through page after page, looking for something akin to Raven or something akin to.
Yeah, you go. I'll say you kind of open it to about like I'll say you just kind of grab and open the book, and as you're kind of speed reading on, I'll say. It'll talk about a divine realm known. I'll say, one of the Raven Queen's divine realms is the Shadowfell, and she is housed within the Fortress of Memories. It was a place of overwhelming sorrow, overflowing with memories taken from mortals and fragments of dead deities. Swarms of ravens have been known to be seen flying out of the fortress, taking her cryptic messages to the far reaches of the multiverse and acting as her eyes, while she herself is stuck within the domain of the Shadowfell.
Is that it? Is that why she likes me? Because of my memory of her.
Do you continue reading?
It's yeah.
So I'll give you another excerpt before we leave. He'll say, in addition to collecting memories, the Raven Queen is tasked with overseeing the transitions between life and death. She is the caretaker of souls that ushers them over to the other side, ensuring that no soul is left behind or taken by a darker deity. As such, she has become the target of many awful creatures. One such being known as Orcus, who at his every attempt has tried to steal the souls of mortals that she has tried to usher. Their conflict has gone on for millennia and will see no end until our entire existence ceases to be.
If they care. They put down notes about Orcus. Okay, no, I did not. I put down something else entirely, so that's completely different. Oh. Ushering people to death. And why did she usher me? I'm going to put a thumb where the book is, close it for a moment. Look over the squeeps. Thank you. It's a start, maybe.
I still don't know how I'm going to. I'm going to prove that the first is right. I don't even know if I'm right anymore.
There were 5, I believe. Put a hand on her shoulder.
I'm going to keep going. Yeah. It might be a while, but I'll just stay here and I'll keep reading. Thank you.
Alrighty. So you're gonna continue reading. Sweeps, I assume whatever books you were gonna. I assume you're gonna keep trying to get someone to help you find books on best friend. Give me another persuasion roll. What'd you roll?
9 on a die, and that gives me
You get
11.
You get more people that kind of when you say big water, you're directed toward books of the ocean.
Okay, that's a start.
That's a start, but unfortunately, no one seems to really understand what you're trying to convey here. So it's more just general nautical knowledge.
Port starboard.
Yeah, nautical knowledge. Oceanic knowledge. It's nothing that even remotely comes close to trying to figure out best friend.
Germanic knowledge.
Is there a bathroom in here?
Yeah.
Alright. I will go to the bathroom and I will turn on the sink. I will try to ask for best friend's help.
Okay. It's less. Yeah. Nah, it's about right, honestly. No. So it's less turning on the sink, and it's more just being able to actively pump water into an area.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you turn a faucet on and it starts flooding in. There's some effort behind it, but you manage to get the water system running in there. You make a charisma check.
Oh, 19.
19. All right. So, 1 second. Gotta load up my thing. All right, cool. All right. So, as you're kind of sitting there in the quiet, beseeching best friend for help, a couple moments later you'll hear.
Yes.
Books. Best friend, books. You.
I'm afraid that I have no written knowledge. I'm sorry.
Learn about you. How?
We will get to know each other very well in your travels, I promise. May not be what you're hoping for, but if all goes well, I would hope to meet you personally one day.
Really?
Yes, really.
He's gonna hop around on my bird feet for a little bit.
As he finishes saying that, you feel the presence recede.
Alright. I'm going to just kind of dash out the door. 'Cause I don't need this place anymore.
All right, Void.
Stop flirting.
Where did you want to go, if anywhere else?
The vagabond, or I would like to cast sending.
All right, who are you sending to?
Nay.
Okay. Go.
Did you go anywhere in particular, or are you still back at the library? That's it.
All right. So, Nay, as you're in your book reading, you will hear Void's voice from the ether.
Do I know if I can respond?
Would you like to try?
Well, the first thing is Nay is going to quickly look around, check to see if there's anyone around her. Obviously, you see no one. And she doesn't even have a direction of like where it came from, just right there in her head. Or okay. If you're here, you know where I am. And if you're not, this is a really good trick, and I don't know how you did it.
And I don't know how, and that's the last thing you heard.
Answer my question. That's exactly what I was hoping for. I'll walk back to the library because I assumed that we didn't tell her that we were going to the Vagabonds, so.
Sounds good. Alrighty. And then you guys wanted to go to the Grinning Raven, right?
Yep.
Alrighty. So you guys make your way over to the Grinning Raven.
But can I ask how much the adamantine armor is beforehand?
Adamantine armor would be... There's actually like a fun chart for this, so I'm gonna pull that up real quick. Alright, so for the adamantine armor, you're looking at 3,500 gold.
Okay, then we walk away.
You're muted, Sean.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
That's all I said.
Alrighty. Alright, as you make your way into the Grinning Raven, a couple things catch your eye. Number one, the fact that the walls are black, which, if any of you have ever actually been in a room that is painted fully black, you know it is incredibly disorienting.
Yeah.
The second thing you realize is that there are raven feathers that have been strung up on little bits of string around the room, which is the only real contrast, as it has more of like this darkish purple black to the black background that it is adorned upon. You can see that there are sconces in here that, as opposed to just having traditional electric lighting, they are lit with this sort of dullish purple flame. Very hard to see in here. And as you enter, you can see that there are some little cabinets that are set up see-through, where you can see there are little baubles and knickknacks. A couple of things that catch your eye. First one appears to be a taxidermied corpse of a two-headed rabbit. The second thing that you see appears to be what looks like an eggshell, and you're like, okay, what's so weird about that? But as you like actually pay attention to it, there are what looks to be depictions, just very carefully carved in depictions of what look like people suffering.
Okay.
You also find what appears to be a small stone statue of a mouse, and you're kind of like, okay, what the heck is that about? And then as you get closer, the eyes sort of look at you. Just stare at you.
Go.
And as you're kind of taking this all in, you'll hear someone there.
Good afternoon.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Who are you?
Right. My name's Badger. Just seen your shop from the road. Figured I'd come and have a look-see.
I see. And who are you two?
Todo mundo, I'm kinda here for the same reason. Just wanna check this place out, you know?
I see.
I'm Malik, and Eric. I want to take this chance to look around to see if there's any thieves' cant I can see.
Go for it.
I got a 10 total.
Nope.
Just really quick, are they talking to a person, or are they have they not seen?
They have
where the
not
voice is
seen.
coming
You've not
from?
seen anybody.
Okay, just making sure.
Oh, shit.
I would welcome you to the Grinning Raven. And you will watch as seemingly apparating through the wall is a female with sort of long brownish silver hair, dark blue eyes, and this sort of paleness to the skin, wearing a set of dark robes, hand kind of one over the other as she steps through. She smiles. Hello.
Do you have anything like really cool in the store? Like, you know, something that'll wow someone?
I have many.
You have like a machine gun or something?
You got some mechas, you know?
You got a mega or something?
I'm gonna need a boat, a chain, a belt, 15 immovable rods.
Oh, I have many cool things. But apologies. Where are my manners? She will kind of almost float over next to you. She'll extend a hand with a smile and say, "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Ren Florence."
Is it extended like shake my hand or like kiss my hand?
Like, hey, shake my hand.
Yeah, I'll reach out and shake it. What was that, Ren Florence?
Ren Florence.
Oh God.
Is David here? Did he miss it?
No, I'm here. I'm looking around for my glasses right now.
Looking around for my child. Child.
Of course, the creepy store.
Can I just point something out? There are other members of the Florence household besides Aster.
There's no way Aster's having a child. It's gotta be the sister.
Maybe Ophelia. Oh.
I doubt it.
So, and welcome to my shop. But you see her; she kind of relaxes. Apologies. I like to give more of an experience for my customers. Please, any sort of oddities that you would be interested in? Or are you just looking for something completely out of the ordinary?
Something out of the ordinary. Wow me, surprise me.
Oh, I love it when they say that. All right.
She's getting way too into this.
Yes. She'll sort of go to the back for a moment, and you'll hear some rummaging. And she'll actually pull out she'll actually come out with this sort of odd, like glass knife almost. And she'll say, "Here, you hold this." And she'll hold it out to. She'll hold it out to you, Belmondo.
Sure, I'll hold it.
As you hold it, you watch as the blade begins to fill with this dark reddish black liquid.
Mm-hmm.
You can make a nature check.
Going back for my dice. Okay. 13.
13. That is blood.
Oh.
And as it fills entirely, you'll watch as it starts to take on this more silvered and gold and white appearance to it, and she will go, wow, that's certainly interesting. She'll take it back from you. She'll take it back from you, and you watch as it drains entirely.
That's my blood, or like what is up with that?
In a sense, it was. Blood, indeed, all blood, tells a story. The story of your lineage, the story of your history. And yours is certainly an interesting one. And she'll hand it over to you, Badger.
I'll take it and kind of examine it more
Watch
closely.
as it begins filling with the darkest red liquid of blood.
I'm gonna hand it back. That's a little unsettling.
She'll take it. Would you like to try? Looking at you, Malik.
I think I'm alright.
Suit yourself. She kind of twirls it a bit in her fingers. And then she'll pull out. This is more of a practical thing, and definitely not as odd, but if you're someone who likes attire, and Badger, you wear a vest, right?
Yes.
She'll say, you specifically. She'll pull out a vest that is covered in pockets. 100 pockets, to be specific.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of pockets.
Is she offering it to me to try on?
Yeah, she'll hand it. She'll hold that to you. Yeah.
I'll take off my vest and try this one on, and
very, very comfy. Although because of how small a vest is, the pockets are also lined on the inside and like on your back.
Okay.
So you can definitely feel the bumps of pockets resting against your back.
Yeah. Let's
But yeah, you check them out. They're it's not magical or anything, but they are usable pockets.
Yeah.
Nice. I'll kind of pat it. Is there anything in any of the pockets?
Not to my knowledge, but I haven't had a chance to go through it. Maybe you might find something. If you're interested, I'll part with that for 5 gold.
I am interested.
She'll hold her hand
I'll reach into a pocket and then realize it's in my other vest, and I'll reach into that vest and I'll pull out a pouch and give her 5 gold.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And she'll say, "Oh, this one." She'll pull out what looks to be 3 colorful feathers, one red, one green, one blue. Now watch this. You. She'll point to you, Malik. Come here for a moment. Now watch him. She'll turn you to face them. And as she kind of brushes the top of your forehead with it, she'll strike downward. And Malik's face will turn into... No, Malik's face will turn into that of a parrot.
Oh.
Well, that's a party trick.
You have got to show that to Squeeps.
She'll pull it back up, and Malik's face will go back to normal.
What happens if the other feathers touch my face?
Oh, that was all of them. She brushed all 3 against your face, and...
Oh, just like holding all 3?
Yeah.
Well, how much for that?
For this, 15 gold.
No, I'm okay. Thank you, though.
Very well, very well. Oh, well, for those of you who are into more of the collection of interesting specimens, she'll walk over and pull out a clear glass bottle, and inside, make a nature check. those of you in here, if you'd like to.
6.
I think I got a 12.
8.
12. So with a 12, you see what looks like a small creature, humanoid, with wings on its back, like butterfly wings. It is dead, but preserved. To hold it out, if you're interested. I have many odd creatures if that's what you're into.
Does it do anything? Or is it just an odd creature?
Merely a preserved specimen. Much cheaper than than a lot of the other things I carry.
No, I'm okay on that. I'm not much of a collector of things like that.
Well. Yes. She'll go over and begin pulling out 3 separate boxes and set them down next to the other. And say, take a pick.
I point to the one on the left.
Do they all look the same?
Do they all look the same? Yeah, they look the exact same. All right, you.
Right.
Right. So,
I'll point to the middle.
She says, "You may pick it up."
Can you open it for me?
Oh, it's much more interesting if you do it.
Okay. And I open it up.
Pick up the box, and so first, as you pick up the box, it has a very odd weight to it. And as you're like trying to figure out how to open it, you look back at the table, and the box in the middle is missing. And so you took from the left. The box in the middle is missing, and the one on the left is back.
Can I still open up the box that's in my hand?
Yeah, you open it, and you see nothing inside. But as you close it, there are now 3 boxes on the table. And you look down, and the box is gone from your hand.
So if I pick up the middle box?
Pick up the middle box, you look down, look back up. The box from the right is now in the middle, and the right box is gone.
If I pick up all the boxes?
Pick up all the boxes, you look at it, there's nothing on the table. Look down, look back up, there's 1 box on the table, you look back down, you have 2 boxes in your hand.
Can I open them?
You open them, nothing in there, close them, look up, the boxes are gone from your hands, they're not on the table.
When I open all 3 of the boxes?
They open.
And there's anything inside?
Nope, completely empty.
What are these boxes for?
So she'll say.
I almost like to imagine like the routine. Then eventually, like Malik just gets frustrated. Like, what are the reasons for these boxes?
So these are
like
these
hours
boxes,
of like just like different combinations.
So these boxes are actually quite are one of the more interesting things that have come into my possession. As you've no doubt seen, they have a very interesting property that makes them want to disappear or rearrange themselves. To my knowledge, these boxes were created as a means of storage to not only have, but to transport things across long distances. For example, she'll take a small rock, just like a small gemstone about this big around, and she'll put it in, close it, and she'll close it in a box that you can see, and she will hand you a box that's supposed to be empty, and she'll say a word. She'll just whisper an incantation. Say, now open that box. And the stone's in there. Mm-hmm.
Can I put the stone in my pocket? Will she say anything?
Yeah, she will. I'd like my stone back.
Oh,
Unless
sorry.
you'd like to pay 2 gold.
No, I'm okay.
Thank you.
So what determines when the box has disappeared from his hand? Supposing you've got 2 far apart, you use them to transport an object. Mm-hmm. Is it like a one-time use thing? Because then all the boxes are together, at the distant point then, or
there is a limitation. If they are within close vicinity, you can do it as many times as you'd like. Which, to be fair, I was doing to you just there. But over long distances, spanning, I believe, if I recall correctly, it's anything over 100 feet. It becomes only usable twice a day. And then
Right.
I've not tried any further. It is possible that as it gets further, it becomes once a day that they can move places.
So
This is more for if individuals find anything interesting while they're out on their travels. They can speak the incantation. They can put whatever they can put. It doesn't house much. It's more for small baubles, trinkets, or things that can fit in the palm of your hand.
How much?
For these?
I knew it. I knew you.
How much, my friend?
So for these, as these are magically enchanted, this would run you 90 gold.
Oh, but how can I get them for cheaper?
So does the so it fits about what fits in the palm of your hand.
Can I put them on hold?
The
Can I get these magical items on layover?
I will have
the
money
box
soon.
what was the box what was in his hand disappeared and reappeared on the table. Does that always happen if
you speak the incantation? As I said, as you were maneuvering them, I was being a little sneaky with it.
I see.
But
90 gold, huh?
90 gold pieces.
How do you determine which of the three it goes to? Can you choose?
I can actually show you. She takes one of the boxes and she lifts the lid. And in the dim lighting, it's hard. In the dim lighting in here, it's very hard to see it, which is why you didn't just notice it at a glance. But as she kind of, in a similar way to how Alabaster did, she speaks an incantation and a small flame will appear in her hand. And she'll put it up to the lid, and you can actually see inscribed into the lids are words. And she says, these can be changed once you acquire them. And then you will assign a word to each box. You will assign an incantation or word to each box. And then when you want to access a specific box, you will speak the incantation. And as long as you have one of them on you, it will switch places with the designated box.
Ah. That's a pretty good trick. You said 90 gold.
90 gold, yes.
I think I will buy that set.
Fantastic.
Damn you.
So she
Damn
will,
you to hell, Dustin.
So she will take a small. So she will take a bag out, take a leather sack out, and she'll stack the boxes on top of each other and tie it off. She'll take the 90 gold from you.
Yep, I pay her.
And you now have some boxes that can transport things about the size of your palm.
Sounds about the size of a flower, goddammit.
Yeah, who would have thought that that's what he was doing, eh?
Yeah, weird.
The perfect crime. Also, next item. I just want to go through all of their items now. They're so fun.
Sure.
Almost as if the shop was designed in such a way that would allow that to happen.
I know, amazing, right? Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, amazing. She'll say, this one is very interesting. She'll pull a necklace out from another box just in one of the cabinets, and will say, so this, while not enchanted, does give you a very unique property. And she'll walk over. She'll untie it and sort of put it around. She'll put it around your neck, Malik, and clip it. And as soon as she does so, you start to feel warmer. Not supernaturally warm, but warmer.
Like if I was out in the cold, I wouldn't be cold.
No, nothing near that. But you feel your body temperature like getting warmer. And as you're kind of glancing around, you swear you keep seeing things out of the corners of your eyes. Like you look and it's gone, and then you see something dash off to the other side, and you look and it's gone.
I'm gonna try to find out what the thing is.
You keep glancing around, and you can't find anything. It just keeps being just outside of your vision. She'll
All right, what is that?
unclip it. It's for people you don't like.
That's not
She'll
very nice.
clip it and tie it up, put it back in the box. So the tooth that is, or the, so the, let me explain. The necklace was fashioned with bits of a tooth from a shadow dragon. As one of the properties of that, of using it, it has created this sort of ambient horror to whoever wears it, to where they always see something just out of the corner of their eye, but it disappears too fast for them to see it. I will say it is very funny.
It was pretty good.
If you'd like to mess with a friend, or again, someone you don't like, and like to give them a little bit of paranoia, that's certainly an interesting item I have. I do have a journal, though unfortunately I can't quite read it.
What do you mean you can't read it?
The script almost seems to change itself continuously. She'll actually go over to a shelf and pull a leather-bound journal and hand it to you.
I'm gonna open it up and read it.
You can't. It's not in a script you recognize. What languages do you speak?
Let me look at them right now because I never even have been asked this question one time. I can speak Thieves' Cant, Elvish, Dwarven, and Giant.
Okay. You look at the page, and it is a nonsensical mix of Giant and Dwarvish that makes no sense. It's like half of a Giant runic mixed with like a quarter of a Dwarven symbol, and like it's just like the two together just don't make sense.
Does it look like it's like coded or something? Like kind of like because I'm like familiar with Thieves' Cant, right? So I would understand coded messaging and
yeah, you can make an insight check.
Oh shit! Hold on.
David fucking with his bed back there.
Why is he fucking his bed?
David's fucking his bed? That's weird.
Why is David fucking his bed?
I don't know,
That's
man.
awesome.
And why is he doing it on camera?
I mean, if he's got to get his jollies.
Ski-wo!
You said insight, right?
Insight.
All right, 18, baby.
18. Does not appear like a cipher, and as a matter of fact, as you're like staring at it, it changes from Dwarvish and Giant to Giant and Elvish, and then to Elvish and another script you don't recognize, and then to a script you completely don't recognize.
What is this journal?
I genuinely have no idea. I procured it not too long ago, as whatever enchantment is based in it is definitely an interesting one.
It's definitely interesting. How much?
For that,
I mean, you can't even read it.
True, but deciphering such an enchantment could prove useful in the right hands.
Well, how about this? If I can figure out someone who can decipher it, I'll keep in touch with you, and we can split whatever profit we can gain from it 50-50.
Make a persuasion roll, or a deception roll if you're if you're lying.
No, I wanted to do it, but I only rolled it 9 total.
9. Or, now hear me out, you could pay me 35 gold and it's yours.
20 and you've got yourself a deal.
Make a persuasion roll.
Ooh, 15.
15?
16.
I'll do 30.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay, 30 gold. You have what is literally a journal constantly written in a language you cannot understand.
It just seems fun.
Yeah. All right.
It's all right.
All right. Let's see. Oh, one final thing that I think would be interesting is she actually like looks at all of you for a moment. She goes, "You know what? I think I know you from somewhere."
Of course you do. We're the Pietins.
Hold on, one moment, one moment. She'll actually go behind the counter, and she'll pull a, she'll pull out a small thing of cards, about 3 of them, and she'll come over, and she'll
You
say,
said wanted list?
no, she'll say, oh yes, I do recognize it. Is this you? And as she holds it up to you, Malik, you will see the card is tattered, aged maybe about 30, 40 years or so, probably even longer. But you see what looks like a drawn portrait of an individual in very odd attire, and the appearance is very striking. Does it look exactly like you?
I mean, I can't say that the resemblance isn't uncanny, but I'd have to ask
And
where you got
this
these
is you.
photos.
And she'll hold up the other card to you, Badger, and you see a man in a bowler's hat with a vest on.
Is the picture of me wearing the 100 pocket vest or the old vest?
It is wearing the old vest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she'll hold it up to you. And is that you? As a matter
Certainly
of
looks
fact,
like
there's
it.
even a as she kind of like looks at it. As a matter of fact, she'll shake it a couple times, and that's your name, isn't it? And you'll see the name Badger at the bottom of it.
And it wasn't on that before?
Nope.
Yeah, I'd say that's me.
Interesting. And you, young man, she'll shake the card for a moment and point and hold it up to you. You're muted, David.
I was just browsing around. I'm just like, oh, so how much is for this dagger, by the way?
Dude has a full conversation by himself, and then he's like, wait.
Oh.
Yeah, she's gonna come over to you, Belmondo, and be like, I'm so sorry to try, but is this you? She'll hold up the card. And is a striking resemblance.
I'll take the card for a second.
Mm-hmm.
This is really good. Like, how do you do that?
She'll say, well, don't ask me. The creator of the cards were the ones that... The creator of the cards are the ones who knew you.
Great.
And she'll slide it back. And I believe... And she'll kind of take the card for a moment, flick it a couple times again, and show you. And I'll say, and that's your name, is it not?
Yeah, you can say something like that. I'll just take the card and I'm gonna try to use it on her.
Okay, so you hold it for a moment and you kind of aim it towards her and shake it. She'll chuckle. It's similar to how it's. She'll take the card from you. Sorry, she'll slip it back into the bag and shake it a couple times, and then she'll pull the card out and it's blank. Now try.
I'll use it on her.
You think, and as you kind of shake it, you'll see her image appear. And as you kind of like blow and shake it one more time, you'll see her name appear on the bottom.
How much for this?
She'll take it, put it back in the pack, and shake a couple times.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture.
So for this, it's merely a simple enchantment. Only 15 gold.
I'll spend the 15 gold.
It's definitely a fun trick to play with to have with friends. And she'll take the 15 gold. You may add those. So they are divination cards that can be. That's a long name, but you can just call them divination cards. But basically, the way that they work is if you envision the person in your mind, after putting the card back in the pack and wiping it, you can cause the image of the person to appear. And if you know their name, then you can make the name appear on the bottom. All right.
We got neat party tricks.
Very neat party tricks. Okay. Did you guys want to stick around here for much longer, or did you want to move on?
Hell yeah, you got any more cool shit?
Oh my god.
What the
I
hell,
actually have-
Eric? You can't bring out all this cool shit and not expect us to be like, go down the list.
I actually have to get going in a little bit.
David,
But I still can't fucking find my glasses though. What the hell
oh
is this?
Jesus.
I'm not there, but I have such a question about those cards.
Well, Belmundo bought them.
They can
Yeah.
make you the best criminal sketch artist ever.
I
Well,
was
yeah, I was gonna say, like, technically that's not true. It says you need to remember the image and the name of the individual.
But do you
No,
have to
not-
know how
not
to
the
spell
name,
the name
just
in order
the
to get the
image.
name?
You just give the victim the card, they think of what they remember
Yeah.
on the image, boom.
And if
Yes.
the other thing is,
Suppose.
if someone gives you a name and it's like they're from a language or a culture you don't know, does that mean that if you like think them and think what they said, it'll give you the proper, like if you don't know Draconic
I'm gonna
and you're
tell you right
trying to
now,
not be rude,
it might work like magic.
that would be amazing.
I guess you guys will find out when that eventually. I already see this biting me in the ass. I'm gonna forget you guys have these items, and I'm gonna be like, ah, right.
Well, my
Yeah.
idea is to give it to Luke because I think Luke can read all languages, right?
No, no. I
No, being able
You don't
to
have that
mimic,
feat?
being able to mimic a language and
Hey.
being able to.
That's you? That's you. Okay, okay. I knew there was somebody that could read all languages, and that's why I got the book. Because I was like, it's going to be interesting, and I want to...
You want to see
I
someone's
can't find
mind
any
explodes?
thieves, so I got to figure out something else right now.
All right. I mean, if you guys want to continue with the shop, we can. There's still more stuff, but if you want to move on, we can too. It's up to you guys.
I'm good for either. I probably shouldn't be spending much more gold today.
Just tell me one more thing, Eric.
One
Tell
more
me tell me something sweet.
She will say.
You have a nice jawline, Sean.
Thanks.
She will go over and she'll say, do you travel a lot?
You could say that.
Quite a lot.
Okay. I actually do have something more in the practical use. She'll go over and actually take another box. This one appears to be silvered. And she'll say, do you happen to have any sort of food on you, rations, anything?
Yeah, I'll give her a ration.
Okay. So she'll take it, she'll open the pouch and just take like a few
See you
bits
guys
of the-
later.
Oh,
Bye,
bye,
David.
See ya.
Have a good one, David.
She'll take a few bits of the meat out of the ration, put it in the box. She'll cover it, and she'll once again kind of say an incantation, open it, and it doesn't look like it's changed at all. But she'll say, "Here, try that."
Eat it.
While still, it's
dead.
still rations, but there's definitely a lot more flavor to it. So like it's actually like tasty.
Does it just season it?
More or less. It's like it's almost like it enhances it almost like it enhances the flavor to where it's not as just bland. And you can tell like by the box's construction it's much more for like travel snacks and things like that to enhance their flavors. But she will say, so I mean it's simple, very simple. Doesn't add anything, merely just pulls more of the flavor out of whatever you put into it. And if you are indeed on the road a lot, I imagine you tire of having the exact same bland foods over and over and over again.
I'm all right on that. I appreciate all your time.
Yes, no, not a problem. And please, if you ever want to come back, I'll have some more. I'll have some more oddities for you to take a look at.
I appreciate it. Bye now.
Goodbye. And she will float back and seem to apparate through the wall again.
As we're heading out, I'm gonna talk to Malik. So, what's that book you got?
I don't know. I think one of our guys can read real well, and I was gonna ask him how to if he knew how to read any of this fancy writing, and it could be we could learn some interesting things here. This is a city of learning, right? So there's a lot of information to be had.
I mean, I can read real well too sometimes.
Oh, maybe we should take this over here and take a look.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna.
All right.
And then open the book.
Just to wrap it up, because I do need to go back to sleep before
Yep.
work. We'll say we'll pick this up next week, as you guys are kind of still meandering about your different areas. And yeah, we'll pick the like I said, we'll pick it up next week. I'm just very tired and would like to go and would like to wrap the session. We've been playing for 4
That's all right.
hours. It's okay.
Yay!
Yay,
Thank
long
you, everyone.
sessions!
Thank you
Yeah,
everyone
finally.
for watching, and thank you to Come Down Me for following, for the follow. We'll pick this up next week. Hopefully, wait, no, Justin and Luke are out of town next week, aren't they? Is it next
Is
week or
that
the
next
week
week?
after? Is it next week or the week after?
Next week would be the 29th.
Okay.
I don't think it's next week. Let me check.
I was saying, I definitely recall you saying
About 2
February something.
3
something.
weeks,
3
I
weeks from
believe.
now. Okay, fantastic. Just remind me like when the week happens.
Yeah,
so-
the 12th and the 26th, we will not be able to make it.
Gotcha. All right. So, like I said, we'll pick this up next week. And until then, good night, everyone.
Night,
Everything
everybody.
down below, please subscribe.